have to see what the counter pick coming out of Mythic here is.
All right, I think
Yeah,
was
we
like
can hear us. We can
I
hear us.
changed it up production wise. I've changed it
They
multiple
can
times
hear
now.
us.
Okay, cool. All right, so now, sorry about that, everyone, for the kind of delayed audio, but this is going to be
Yeah.
obviously the finals for the Ionia division, Mythic versus Nature, and right now we're looking at some two spicy comps here on
Yeah,
both
two
sides.
spicy comps here. Best of 5. These guys played February 27th, so this is a bit of a revenge match where Mythic Esports ended up losing as the number 1 seeded team.
So, instant snap thoughts. Who do you think has the better draft?
All right, so I have to put my thinking cap on here a little bit more, as this is high level gameplay, so you're going to be able to see a lot more proficient macro and micro here as well. A lot of scaling coming out of Mythic, and they have a lot of trade ability, and they have some nice lanes to go with it as well. However, I think Nature is going to be able to poke out Jinx, which is going to be a lot of their damage. They have other sources of damage, but Nature has a fairly simple game plan, which group people together and land your CC through Leona and Sejuani, and then bullet time should just kill people. So I think Nature is going to be able to get the lane prior that they need in order to set up for any of these objectives or fights that they're going to try and take and win from there. I think they have an edge in this matchup.
So right now, looking at kind of like the top side of the map, we kind of have two beefy boys here. We have Scion and Gragas going up against each other. I think that Gragas does take like the upper end of the trades, obviously early on in the game, but I don't know if he necessarily has the kill threat to potentially kill the Scion. So I think it's going to be a lot of it's going to be a fair bit of handshakes here in the top lane, and I think that Scion's just going to be able to scale nicely into this. If I had to guess,
He could certainly scale nicely into this game for sure.
but will Scion be a good? Do you think he'll then kind of fit in like in the role of being like the frontline tank for like the team fight that Mythic wants, or do you think that you want Scion in the side lane?
Scion, I think no matter what is going to be in a side lane, being able to draw out some pressure. They can try and just push, and then once some sort of fight ends up coming up, they can just TP as a split pusher and still enable a lot of their team. Mythic still has a lot of peeling as well. There's also potential cheese they could be utilizing as well, but the thing is, it's easier to snuff out that cheese when you're not seeing a Scion there as well. And don't forget of team fights just happening, and amongst the chaos, you get train railed by a Scion ultimate in the middle of it, who was on the other side of the map, but just runs you down.
Yeah, I think if you do have the Scion in the fight, it's going to be quite a daunting task for Nature to get in there, because you have him, you have the hostile takeover, you have like the Swain demonic demon flare that really just kind of de-incentivizes you for diving on their team.
Like, you bail out the Jinx when they dive in, and if Jinx gets any reset, you get the excitement and the bailout, so they end up living here as well. So it makes it very difficult to land all the CC that they need, but Mythic also needs the damage to follow up with the retort that they're going to be having. So that's why I think some of these lanes are going to be more important.
Absolutely. I think Nature has a nice comp to go with the Sejuani. You have three other melee champs, so you're going to be able to get a lot of frostbite stacks. You have Yon, who has the unstoppable proc, so if he is able to find a really good angle and get an early lead, Jinx could be in trouble. Or if you blow up the Renata Glass before she's able to like do anything, that's going to be very hard for Mythic to fight against that. But there's a lot of ifs there.
Yeah, she also has some really big cooldowns as well. So if you're able to just get one and then just wait out a little bit, wait for the ability to come off, and then while it's still on cooldown, go in, you can really punish that as well and try and get on top of the enemy as well. You just don't want to have to blow too much or overextend too much as well. There's also some range issues. Of course, Jinx has some decent range with zappers or whatnot. Renata doesn't have the biggest range. Xin Zhao doesn't necessarily have the biggest range as well, but Sejuani has these dashes, Gragas has these dashes, and Leona and Yon can also move in as well, so they can close the gaps a little bit more than necessarily a Swain or Scion can. Swain's biggest range obviously being his W, but his E and Q aren't that big.
Also, I would like to apologize to everyone about the TFT is in peril again. Okay, it just went down. Um,
Yeah, I messaged Inti on the side.
cool, cool. Thank you. Um, but right now, I who do you think? What do you think is going to be the biggest mismatch here? Like, who do you think is going to have the greatest advantage in these lanes?
Oh, bot side.
And bot side.
Pretty six. Bot side should be able to harass quite freely. Misfortune's early damage pretty strong. Is able to utilize some of these changes as well. The only other contender I could say is maybe Yon into Swain, but Yon really needs a little bit more of the sustain into this lineup. I think for it to be the way he wants it.
All right. So with kind of the thought of scaling, does Mythic want to focus objectives here whatsoever? And if so, do you want to look for Dragon, Rift
They
Herald, or
just
do they
don't
just
need
want
to
to play for
grind.
time?
They just need to play for time. They have a very good time setup. Swain stacks, Science stacks, Jinx outscales Misfortune, right? So big plays here. They just need to get gold and don't fall too far behind. If they can keep a 1,000 gold difference, maybe 2,000 at the worst, and from the early game into mid game, like if they stay around that for those two sections of the game, they'll be fine. They'll be able to crush things out for sure. Just hit a lot of these frontliners. They just got to be careful not to get picked, which I think they should be able to do.
Yeah, I think that there is a lot of AD damage on Mythic, so it will be definitely on the Swain to step up and be able to help deal a lot of this damage.
Yeah.
I, but for the most part, I think these are just very well constructed teams on both sides, and I'm kind of excited. I haven't seen a Xin Zhao in a hot minute, so I'm excited to see some of this early aggro potential from him.
Yeah, we'll have to see if they go for any earlier invades, as the invade damage reduction isn't there as well. I've seen it happen in a number of games when I was casting for Risen, so hopefully that'll happen. It made for a very exciting best of 5.
Yeah, I dare bet. But with the clock winding down, we are about to get into game one. Grab your popcorn, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to be right back with game one. Don't go away. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. We are getting into this game one. Right now, we're going to be having Mythic on the red side and Nature's Wrath on the blue side. Looking at this game, do we see any interesting summoners or keystones in your mind?
Well, VXH, my gosh, took an exhaust here, trying to prevent any of the all-in potential that we were seeing, which makes a whole lot of sense. Same thing with Lady Boys, a very good AD carry with cleanse as well, and we're seeing a lot of teleports. So all of these fights, anyone could be jumping in here, and it means wave management is going to be pretty important, as someone could TP in and punish you more if yours is down. It also
Yeah,
means that these lanes, they're not necessarily playing for kills.
you know what? I think these junglers are chumps. You don't need smite. Take teleport. Come on now. It's 2023.
I mean,
Got to shake up the meta.
if you've ever played solo queue, that's what every laner thinks. You can just teleport into the lane and gank them, right?
Of course, yes. Yeah. We all have Nocturne ultimate stapled to our just regular hero as a passive. Yep.
Yep. If you're a jungler, you naturally have it for sure, for sure. I also think it's really interesting that Ladyboys, despite having an early game disadvantage, in my opinion, has a call.
Yeah, it's just going to be trying to call out at the enemy bot lane and say, you know what, I can handle whatever you're going to be throwing at me, and it's just going to be a little bit disrespectful to Drix here.
I don't think it's necessarily Drixus. I think they're just taking a call from their support, trying to go for a handshake lane and just get that farm. Try to scale up here as they already have a nice lead. But we'll have to see if Xeno is going to be able to cut their opponent down.
Speaking of cutting down, and Ego here on the top side and Tete are just going to be throwing a lot of damage back and forth onto each other. But Ego will have a lot more mana. Will be able to just kind of chug through a lot of these different casks. So he's going to be healing up a lot of this damage he takes. And eventually he'll be able to kind of poke Scion out of lane. But if Scion's able to get this cheater out, that'll be really big for him.
That would be quite nice for him, for sure. He does have a Dorian shield, which gives him some nice extra healing as well, but might not be enough. And of course, he is getting quite the wave push here, which is super important to the top lane, as he could get a potential bounce back, a nice buy, get a little early lead, and then possibly force out Ego's teleport if he plays his cards right.
Yeah, but it kind of went a little bit slow,
Yeah.
a little bit too slow. So it's not going to be a cheater necessarily. Ooh, that's going to be Avenel going in onto Ladyboys. Ladyboys having to get a flash out of that play. But VXH all by himself. That's going to be him trying to parallel trade away from his team. That's going to be Knight going on VXH. They're going to be diving under tower. Are they able to get the damage? The exhaust coming through. VXH going to be getting low. Drix is now going to be throwing the damage into Ladyboys here. And I think that's going to be the end of that play. Wow. A lot of excitement here in this bot lane.
But it's super close. A lot of important summoners here. The exhaust, the flashes, and Avail's ignite here, super important. Both junglers sitting here as well, which makes things quite interesting. A potential dive, it looks like, that Nature's trying to go for here, unless top gets the first blood.
I think that's going to be close, but that's going to be a TP coming out. That's going to be Xeno getting the first blood. And wow.
Just in the time.
Yeah, that's crazy. All right, right now Luckify is trying to get away from Greg. He's going to be trying to get some of these frostbite stacks, trying to slow him away. But now Greg is realizing that Xeno is going to be backing up his teammate, and just going to be taking the Scuddler instead.
Yeah, that TP really bailing out the bot lane here. The mid lane prio is always important. And it looks like Pog and Amatron wasn't able to get this under to punish the teleport roam. So they're going to be a little low to here, which forces their support to try and hover here as well. Xeno did end up getting a nice back here as well, getting a nice Sheen early on. Essence Reaver on an early misfortune is really good right now.
Yeah, we're starting to see a lot more of the ADCs go for like this sort of this package. Ooh, right now we are going to be having some excitement here. I think that's going to be Ego going in onto Tete, but Luckify is going to be showing up here. They're going to be getting the frostbite stacks. They're going to be slowing and stunning him. He's going to be going for the charge knockup, but he's unable to find that. He's just going to be knocked out of that instantly. So Tete is just going to be using his corpse to just slap these minions. and just try to shove the wave in.
Get as
Ooh,
many minions as possible, get his passive stacked up. But I didn't look like League of Legends right there. I think we're playing ping pong in the top side with Luckified and Ego.
yeah, yeah. I think. Oh, yeah. I'd say
See,
that, or like it was a beach ball. It's just like a
beach ball,
big old
but it
beach
was in the
ball
middle of the
just being
river. There's no
bopped
sand
back
there.
and
There was
forth.
no sand.
Okay,
Maybe some
y-
salt, but no
wait,
sand.
wait. So where's there water in ping pong?
Exactly, exactly.
Okay, okay. Uh, all right, you got me.
I
So
never
right now
claimed such a thing.
we're gonna be seeing a slight level spike out of this bot lane. Ooh, Avanail is unable to find the grab on a VXH, but this has just been a. We've had obviously some excitement here, but we haven't been going for like dragon. I've seen
Ooh.
a lot of Mythic games where they insta go for this dragon, and they're gonna be a lot slower on this uptake. I think they're definitely gonna be looking
Well,
for playing for the time.
yeah, playing for the time is super important. And I believe dragons have gotten a little bit weaker. Each individual stack is going to become weaker as well. So uh, it's a bit of a bait. You really do want to get these backs earlier on to set up these
Wow,
fight
that was a
turns.
very nice exploding cask there into the tower. Going to be getting a lot of this damage here onto Scion. Tete is looking to be in trouble. Has the shield coming up. Will be able to kite this out for a while, but damn,
Yeah,
that's
a
going to be
lot
a
of
lot of
damage.
damage into him. He has
It's going
no
to be.
ultimate, so he
Ooh.
doesn't necessarily have a kill threat at the moment.
Yeah, and he's not going electrocute here. He's going grasp, just trying to be a nice big boy. And it's 7 minutes in, and with the mid wave secured and bot lane, that's the dragon,
Ooh.
and this might turn into a topside kill
Yeah,
verdant.
that
Ego,
might
will he
be
go
the kill
down?
back onto it. He's going to get the speed up. He's going to be trying to knock him away. That's a slow, and
Ooh.
he's going to be surviving that. Ego doing a very nice job being able to mitigate a lot of Tay-Tay's impact here. Tay-Tay obviously shoving in the top wave is going to be winning out the CS war, but Greg is going to be netting 2 kills from this.
Yeah, really nice there. He doesn't have TP up, so he's going to lose a little bit here from the crash, but he's still going to be at an advantage. Meanwhile, Mythic was able to get that dragon. The extra ocean is going to help the. Oh, hold on. I'm going to
Ooh,
have to hold my point
going
here,
in on a
Verdant.
VXS. He's now ignited. The bailout's on him. That's going to be the handshake pushing him away. But Ladyboy's trying to get some of the damage back. But right now you have level 6 on Xeno. So that's going to be a scary endeavor trying to stay under tower
Not
with
if
the
your
bullet time
junglers
up.
are right over here.
Yeah.
And a bailout available. That wave is going to be crashed. They don't quite have the vision they need. Of course, they've been doing it over there. Although, is that going to be it? Not
That will
quite
not be
yet,
enough.
Verdant. And they're spacing just enough to where the love tap will not be there. So, dangerously low. Still some harass as Let It Rain can drop some nice cannonballs on your head. And if you walk too far up, there's some potential bot lane cheese. The natural here. And that's going to stop some CS as well. Though I do have to give it to Ladyboy, who's even in farm right now, despite misfortune getting that early first blood and just being stronger level 1 as well.
Yeah, I right now we're actually a good way through this. Ooh, uh-oh. Okay, Pog being able to get away from that pull there. Nice job. But Ladyboy is getting a good ways through this. Call is doing a great job keeping up with the misfortune early aggro. And they've been forcing out a fair bit of stuff in the bot lane.
They have, and it's been forcing Greg to be kind of hovering around here. A lot of fights, like that scuttle happening over there, super important here as well. Oh man, this topside brawl.
It's
Ego's
definitely going to
not
be
quite able to
definitely
heal
so
it.
far going into the favor of Tete here. He's going to be crushing out Ego
Mm.
here, but Ego will be healing a lot of it back up. The explosive cast coming out.
Oh, the
That's going to be flashed
flash!
away from Tete. Now he's in trouble. He's going to get knocked up. Will he be able to get away from Greg? He will not. The Hail of Blades damage coming in too strong.
Yeah, coming in too strong, overextending. Look at the vision that Mythic had on topside. It was super dangerous for Ego to be pushing up here. Had to be listening to his id to try and stay safe, but it looks like he's going to be dying, and this is going to be some potential plates here. Rift Herald isn't quite up. I don't see any of those eyes there, but a lot of stacks being had here. If you're able to get Tete here to be unlocked, they're going to be able to split just a little bit more, like I was talking in the draft phase, and how that's going to change some potential team fights.
Speaking of potentially changing possibly having team fights here, they're we're going to be dropping Shelly here in the mid lane. They will be pushing this in. It is 2 minutes out before Drake, so we're not going to be setting up for Drake. So we're just dropping this now for kind of the turret plate gold and trying to get Yoan somewhere
Hmm.
else on the map.
Yeah, trying to get Yon somewhere else on the map. He's pretty safe into the sidelines and can 1v1 a lot of these champions as well. Just the unstoppable, the amount of dashes really enables things as well and can get out just as easily should they need to. That being said, they have 3 plates to go. No first tower falling just yet. The early game is coming close to a close, and uh, Mythic has a gold lead right now. 500 gold can be dropped at any point. But the farm is on their side, and they've been able to get an early heart steal on Tete as well, who's just gonna be able to take a lot of abuse here. And Ego doesn't quite have their Rod of Ages yet, so they're not able to stack it. They don't have the time quite yet, so it's gonna be a little bit before they're gonna be stronger, despite the XP lead that they have.
Yeah, we're also going to be seeing Phil not having the Roa at this point in the game as well. So,
Yeah.
going to be sad for both Roa goers here. But Avenel might be caught out here, caught by the
Ooh.
handshake, the hostile takeover. But the bullet time is going to be just peeling them off, getting them away, get them off of Avenel here, and just going to be living out of that engage quite freely.
That did cost their flash out of their support, but Avenel does have Hex Flash, so not too much of a cost there. Bullet time, big cooldown as well, but they know where the jungler is, so they're going to be able to play safe, and they're not going to get any picks there, which is going to really help Luckified know where to hover. It looks like this upcoming Drake here, very important for both teams, as we're seeing this fight in the bot side.
Right now, that's going to be the Fate Unleashed coming in onto Greg. Greg is going to get quite low. He has the bailout on top of him. He has the ultimate. Now they're going to be diving into
Oh,
VXH. That's going to be the Glacial Prison
no!
just missing, and VXH is just going to be living with a sliver of health during that play.
Oh.
But now Tete and Ego going to be going at it here in the top side. Ego now getting shoved under tower. He doesn't have the ultimate. The explosive cask is gone, but Tete has no mana. That's going to be the flash in. That's going to be the double miss skill shot, and Tete's going to be surviving in this top lane play. Ego unable to finish off that kill on the top side, and now this is just going to be a dragon going over to at Nature's Wrath.
Yeah, Nature's Wrath is getting it for sure. They call them skill shots for a reason, Vern. They're not guaranteed setup. They're not point clicks here, but I'm surprised. I'm surprised. You know, these are diamond level players, diamond 1 to masters for the most part. So missing those skill shots less likely, but it happens to everyone. We'll have to see if this is going to be set up again. Of course, this cost Tete's teleport, big summoner spell to go with it. Ego still has throwers. Of course, they're not getting the wave pushed as much as they would like. So that's going to make it harder for them to TP, or the TP is going to be appropriately punished, as Tete is going to be able to take a lot of the turret plates or the tower if Ego's not careful here.
Yeah, I mean, right now, Cyan is just able to freely shove this top lane in, has the Heartsteel, can just go for these long trades. Ego just got the Roa finished.
Ooh.
He has no flash, so he could potentially set up for Greg coming in here. They're just going to be poking back and forth, but now Luckified and Greg are going to be duking it out here in the river. But we have Phil here as well. Luckified's going to be having to dash away from this play.
Yeah, well, Phil could be caught out
Uh-oh.
here. Oh,
That's going
and
to be the
it
Glacial Prison
hits!
coming through, getting in the stun. That's going to be the Demon Flare now activated by Phil. Phil's going to be pulling the Luckified back in. Luckified's having to dash out. This could be trouble if he gets the handshake. Unable to find that Super Mega Death Rocket coming in from downtown. Going to be and hitting there. And they're unable
Yeah.
to get the kill onto Luckified secured. But,
Some
ooh, Paw getting pulled back.
some very big ultimates coming out of nature here and nothing coming in return. Not what you want to be seeing here. They still don't have a gold advantage yet with the early game coming down. They're even at objectives, but they don't quite have as much tower damage, I believe, amongst all of the towers as well. So this is not looking particularly great for nature. There's time for things to change for sure. The second Rift Herald coming down as well. So it'd be 1-for-1 in the Rift Heralds, 1-for-1 for Dragons, and 0-for-0 for Towers right now. So very, very impactful. Both AD carries having a decent amount of farm here, sitting at about 100. So we're talking about like a 15-minute call on a Jinx. That's pretty good. Ladyboys, of course, getting their Mythic here. Xeno is not going to be getting a Mythic till third item, but their Power Spike and their seconds will be quite strong once they get Navori's.
Yeah, absolutely. So wait, Jinx goes to Vori? Sorry,
No,
you
Xeno.
Xeno.
Xeno,
Okay,
because they
yeah.
have the Call
Sorry,
Hammer.
sorry. I thought you were saying Jinx gets that. I'm like, really? Okay. I'm like, I wouldn't have thought. Oh, that's gonna be the unstoppable charge coming through. They're gonna be knocking. They're gonna be knocking up. And Ego here, is he able to survive? He's unable to do so. And now Luckified's gonna be trying to turn this play back around, but he's does he have the
Ooh.
damage? He's gonna be going in with the aftershock. He's gonna be getting the frostbite stack. He is so close. He's gonna be picking up the kill onto Greg. Now
Tate's no
Tete is
mana.
0 mana. So this could be a Luckified getting the double kill here in the top lane. Tete trying to get away the best he can. Oh, that's gonna be the
Is he gonna get out?
knockup.
Is he gonna
Oh,
get
gonna be
it?
missing the secondary portion of
Oh,
that.
he gets it!
That's gonna be the Glacial Prison
That's
getting that
it!
kill. Wow. Okay, that's crazy. But whoa, that was as well played by Luckified there. Just recognizing a lot of the cooldown windows that were available to him there.
Yeah, and that's going to prevent the Rift Herald from coming down as well. Luckified landing several skill shots, getting the damage that they need, and they were able to get MTC, Greg's Flash as well, a big summoner who enables a lot of their team and had a decent chunk of gold on their team as well, over 5,000 on them. Of course, Tete has the most gold on their team, which might not come to a surprise. It's just a sign of things, right? Taking the Labao strategy, they might be 1-3-1, but they had a lot of pressure on to the top side, getting a lot of turret damage and a lot of minions as well. It's not 10 CS a minute, but 13 CS at 17 minutes is pretty good. We're talking like what 8 CS a minute right now.
Yeah, somewhere approximately in that ballpark. So I mean, which is obviously very good for farming, and he's kind of been at this point. It's been Ego and him just kind of going back and forth. And ooh, okay, no, I'm like that was looking potentially troublesome for Filter, but Cyan is going to be winning the upper end of the trades with him and Ego going back and forth. He has Heartsteel, he has the infinitely stacking health on the W, so this is just going to start to
And grasp.
yeah, that's fair.
I
Grasp
mean,
is going to
both
be a
have
little
them,
bit
but
rough.
but
Yeah,
they're not going to be able to. Although it just might be a Tete's just going to be pretty big and HP healthy, but he might just be the one to
uh-oh.
die last.
Pog is going to be looking for a fight against Phil here, trying to catch him out. This is going to be a crazy fight in the bot side. Right now, we're going to be watching two tanks duke it out in the top lane, but
Can we call it a wet
I
noodle
think
fight?
we're going to see something around mid. Yeah, that's going to be them going down to VXH. That's going to be a hostile takeover coming down. That's going to be Luckify getting quite low. Is Ladyboy's able to get the pickup? Right now, we have Greg in on the sideline trying to push in. He's going to be finding Xenodrix immediately. Right now, the ADC is down. Pog is down. Avenel is trying to get away from this play, but is just getting run down. And that's going to be Ladyboys getting that last pickup. And
The
now,
Zappers getting into the fish bones. Very well played. Big ultimates coming
can
out.
Luckified snipe? Can he do it?
Oh,
Ooh, okay. Actually, yeah, that was fairly close. It got down to 300 there. So right now,
yeah.
that's going to be Greg and Luckified going back and forth at each other. Are they able to
Is he able to
save
get one?
Greg? They do have the bailout.
Oh.
Okay, that's going to be Ladyboys getting that rampage now. Ego could find a potential pickup onto Greg. Going to be missing the skill shots there. And now Ego is in trouble. How deep in the Yakety Sax track can we reach? Can he get out of this? Or is he going to be going down?
Oh, he's gonna be going down.
Why
All right,
he's gonna be getting the kill
himself.
there. Wow. VXH did not have
Oh my gosh,
the
that's gonna
bailout
be
for his
two
teammate. That's close. That was super close for him to get in VXH, but that's going to be now unstoppable for Lady Boys.
Yeah, 5 kills on Lady Boys. A lot of gold is gonna be able to get a lot of this. But let's wind back to that dragon fight. Xeno got caught out, wasn't able to get bullet time. It's still up. Their flash and heal still up right now, and they weren't able to get that combo off that they needed. Of course, Pognometron tried to set things up quite well. They have a good, strong one-item power spike, but in the end, VHX hostile takeover, the exhaust, and everything else was enough to secure that. And of course, Luckified felt pressured to respond to try and take that. And then Ego tried to take the torch there as well, but just followed suit and ended up dying. They got one pick, but that's not going to be enough. They're down over 3,000 gold right now, which is not where you want to be with this composition.
Yeah, absolutely not. I mean, you now have just Tete here in the bot lane by himself. And
Look
he's
at
just going to be
Ladyboy.
scaling into this. But now Ladyboy is just being able to back and just get this LDR. She's
Yeah,
going to be
not an
massive.
IE. Not an IE here. Recognizing that Luckified and Ego are going to have a lot of HP along with Avenel. So the LDR makes a lot of sense to go with that. Makes a lot of sense for sure, just being able to go through and cut them down.
Yeah, I do agree with the LDR choice. Yeah, you
Yeah.
like as
Yeah.
you aforementioned, you have the 3 tanks. I think it's an absolutely necessary item. I think that you definitely do want to go IE at some point, but I think the timing of it's correct. But Pog is going to be using Fate Unsealed to get out of that top lane kerfuffle. But right now, what do you think is going to be the next focus? Because we have Infernal Drags and coming through. I think both teams obviously benefit from that, but I think that the side of
Oh.
Mythic, ooh,
Ooh.
this is looking really bad right
How
now.
many
Tete is
tower
just going to be taking a
shots?
bunch of tower shots. That explosive cast could be throwing him back in there. That's going to be, yeah,
Oh.
that's the unstoppable charge running on out of there, running in the 90s.
Yeah, for sure. Mid prio is going to be super important, and top prio just for this Baron as well. Although nature really needs to get something out of this. They're on the board for objectives, but they're too far behind. They need to get some gold onto these important carries and get the vision from pushing these waves so that they can set up, make things dangerous. Vision or walking into darkness can make up for goal differences because they're going to be taking some free damage or it's just super dangerous and you end up getting a carry which gives you the numbers advantage that you need. They need to be picking these fights very smart and setting up for them in the best way that they're able to, or that Mythic lets them, in order to take this first game in the series.
I mean, we definitely saw like a vision kind of difference earlier in that long drawn out team fight where then Drix was taken out immediately by Greg. Greg was able to get that nice flank onto her and just able to pick her out despite her being like next to her team, and that was just I think largely just his vision knowledge of just where they wanted where they were playing, but then also they were more focused on the hostile takeover and
Mm-hmm.
like that coming through than trying to peel for Drix.
Yeah, for sure. I think that's a large portion of it as well. I say this a lot in my casting that vision wins games, and like you were saying there, it really does win these games and sets teams up for success in masters and gold and silver. It doesn't really matter. If you can look at the mini map, you can win games just by pressing the 4 button.
Award is award, no matter how small.
Well, thank you, Dr. Soyce.
Yes, absolutely. Fun fact of the day: he cheated on his wife many times. You're
Well, she
welcome.
had cancer.
Yeah. That's always the kicker there. But now we're gonna be winding down. We have the next dragon coming up. Are we gonna be seeing Ladyboys just pop off again? But Tay Tay, it's gonna be. I was gonna say that was looking potentially scary for him, but now they're gonna be stacking here in this long brush. Are they gonna be spotting him out here? Phil,
Yes.
Phil's gonna be seeing it, gonna be noticing it. That's gonna be the demon flare coming through. That's the flash over the wall, and then he has the frostbite stacks on top of him. But they're gonna be able to just kind of suss that out. And I think right now, Mythic has a little bit more health by comparison. But you have Tete on the front line, just going to be taking a lot of this abuse. Luckified looking for a side angle here, trying to get a potential glacial prison, trying to get some of these frostbite stacks onto Phil. Oh, Pognometron going to be going in. Fate Unsealed going to be getting into the back line, but he's going to be getting quite low,
Greg.
unable to go down. That's going to be Zeno getting Greg here. Avenel is going to be falling in return. That's going to be Bullet Time ripping through their team, and that's going to be Ladyboys. Is he able to get the kill? He's not. That's going to be Shutdown going over to Ego. Ego is now going to be getting the double pickup, and now it's Tete trying to do as best he can. He's unable to find anything, and that's going to be Phil likely going down here shortly, and that's going to be just an ace. Wow.
Wow. Mythic had the vision for that, but they were choked out and they didn't use it in the method that they needed to protect their carries here, as they were able to just jump in, did respect the range, and of course, we have to give it to Luckified, who really set that up with their flank. Pog going in there as well. Zeno standing just out of the range, not getting hit by the hostile takeover, and getting a successful bullet time really helped things out. Although they're going to get chunked out here by Greg. Look,
destroyed.
look at where they had vision for nature. I don't see
Yeah,
it. I don't see it.
yeah,
That's a me level push right there.
yeah. That was maybe a little bit greedy, but because now that just kind of opens up a free potential Baron. I mean,
Yeah.
obviously you do have Ego shoving
Dude.
in the bot side of the map, but they're gonna be just sending Tay over there.
Oh.
That unstoppable charge just gonna be smashing him. He's gonna be taking a few of these turret procs, but Jin and Tay gonna be fighting it out. But right now they can't fight for Baron whatsoever. So they went from a really good winning play to just giving up the next objective.
They did give up the next objective. The gold difference has been mitigated, though. We're pretty much even. We're only 500 gold behind. And if you discount the Baron, it's dead even, right? Of course, Baron did happen. We have to live with that decision on the side of nature's equation. So with the waves being shoved out, it's going to be a little bit harder for Mythic to get value out of it. But
Ooh.
they should be able to get some nice pokes, some extra stats out of it. And, with it, the waves being pushed out, they could potentially force some fights and get some of these towers. This mid tower super low if they go for the 1-3-1 composition that they're going for, or they can just at least get this bot tower, right? It's super far out, difficult for nature to defend. They would have to spend a lot of resources to defend it, and you don't get that much value out of it. You do get some decent value, but Ego is just not going to be able to clear the wave through this Baron here and through Tete.
Yeah, right now, Tay, like the damage is still going to be ramping. He has the Sunfire Aegis. I mean, you will have obviously some heal with the Eternity passive of the Roa, but gonna be using the explosive cast to get him away from that tower. But now we have Luckified gonna be looking at this bot lane, trying to make a potential play. That's gonna be Ego going in. Is Luckified gonna be falling up? Is not gonna be falling up, and that's just Zeno and Avanail by themselves here in the mid lane. And that's gonna be mid tower going down immediately. That's gonna be the excited Ladyboys. Wow. Zeno, half health immediately. Not even close. That's mid tower going down. Baron buff too strong here. They can't stop these cannons.
Baron buff with Ladyboys, who is sitting at a whopping 11,000 gold at 27 minutes. I almost said 17. That's not the case. Already getting close to that third item. Tete doesn't have any mana verdant, but the autos quite strong on Ego, plus the minions.
I was gonna say he is dancing in and out of these minions, and so Tete is gonna be able to walk out of. I'm like, that was a little bit dicey there.
Oh, this dragon coming up in 2 minutes. Nothing to fight over here.
That's gonna be Avanail giving away the Heartsteel proc, but now that's gonna be the unstoppable charge, and Avanail is gonna be taken down by Greg. This is coming in before the dragon. Obviously, you have a minute 43, so you still have time to come back, get more vision before a potential dragon, but.
We were talking about a even gold lead, then we give them the Baron, and then, of course, some of those kills. We were just fighting over vision that we didn't necessarily have to go for. It was a little bit greedy because we didn't have the waves to push out for said vision. The kills are dead even, but despite that, and despite the even dragons, we have to look at these CS numbers and recognize that Mythic is ahead. Mythic's ahead in gold right now. No.
Yeah, I was going to say, you look at Renata Glask, she has 38 farm, while Leona has 33. Like, it's just a massive difference at this point.
Funnily enough, Ladyboys has yet to sell their call.
I do find that funny. I think at that point, you just keep it around for his stats, if I had to guess.
Oh, yeah, and you get some heal out of it. Like, if you can't sell it to get something, you just keep it. It's just kind of funny that's just never worked out, having been on their fourth item, or they're working on their fourth item 30 minutes into the game here, which is just where MTC is going to be excelling here. Mythic.
Right now, this is just going to be nature setting up for this dragon again, having this vision. Avanail is just going to be fearlessly running right back into the fray in this river, and just going to be setting up the vision. But now they're. And MTC is going to be running back into them. That's going to be the hostile takeover coming through. That's going to be Luckified getting a flash out. Avanail is going to be able to space it out enough. Are they going to be able to engage in this fight without hostile takeover?
Oh, it looks
Pog's
like
going to be caught on the chompers. He's going to be he's going to be quite low here. Are they going to be able to get the pickup?
The bailout?
That's going to be Zito coming in with a massive bullet time here, and that wow. right now, this is looking quite close. Zeno is unable to get any of these autos off, is getting kind of spaced away by this Demon Flare. Is going to be now getting in a lot of these autos. Tate is going to be flashing in on him. Ego trying to get up best he can. Greg's going to be just knocking him up over and over, and going to be, yeah, that's going to be the shutdown going over to Swain, Luckified, all by Luckified and Zeno trying to get away from Tate. Too many slows. The big man is tanky, and Tate is just going to be getting the pickup there. Zeno's trying to get away from this play. He's getting slowed into oblivion. Knocked up, slammed, Heartsteel. There you go. Double kill, Tate. That's going to be Dragon.
Yeah, look at how big that Heartsteel and Sunfire Aegis numbers. We're talking about 1,000 damage or what is it, health coming out of that, and then 100 off of the Sunfire Aegis. It's just so difficult to chew through those tanks, especially if you go for a lethality mythic, which is kind of how Misfortune's built for this game. They got Ladyboys, but that wasn't enough. That was the only kill they got here, Verdant, and the Dragon into the inhib because of the kills they were able to get.
I mean, right there was just a prime example of like where then you have your secondary carry of effectively Phil being able to survive through a lot of that damage. The Demon Flare just putting in a lot of work, getting a lot of health back, and just being able to slow it down and control a lot of the fight with the Rylais.
Yep. I'm always a big fan of the big suck, able to just really cut the team dry, get them out, and win the fights that way.
All right, I want that on your headstone. I'm always a big fan of the big, and I'm a big fan of the big
Hey, do you know
suck.
what Leslie Nielsen has on their tombstone?
No, I do not. Okay. The more you know, I guess. All right, now we're going to be looking at a Baron fight here. VXH is going to be pushing off a lot of these members, trying to get some people with a handshake. Avanail is going to be having the Zenith Birth, but now we have the TP coming in from behind this dragon. Pog going to be getting the Fate Unsealed. That's going to be a massive bullet time, just going to be ripping through their team. That's going to be Ladyboys going down immediately again, but now Phil is on top of Drix here, and Drix is going to be burning alive. And now we just have the remaining members of Nature's Wrath trying to get away from this play. Ego trading back a lot of damage into VXH, but he does not have the mana. And that's just going to be many members of Nature's going down. Only survivors are Ego and Luckified.
Yeah, the bullet time there. Getting Ladyboys again, just talking that last fight, but no one else. They don't quite have the damage here. I was expecting in the draft phase for Pog and Amatron to be able to get a better lead into the early game to try and get some extra damage here. But he's too far behind here, hasn't got his third item at all. Got his Mythic not too long ago. And that's going to be the Baron here. This could just be the game here if Mythic plays their game right. I've seen throws at this stage in the game, okay? But it's very unlikely that this is going to be the case.
I think that the second Baron could be your dagger. I mean, you're able to shove out lanes freely, get a lot of the vision, then you could rotate that into a soul. You could do a lot of different things here.
I have seen this exact setup where people fight over the soul with a 12,000k gold lead and get aced and lose the game at this stage with Baron buff.
Okay, to clarify, I'm not saying it's impossible. However, at this echelon of play, I don't think it's gonna be very likely that we're gonna be making egregious mistakes that we see on some of these other levels of play. That's going to be unstoppable charge coming in mid, and now Zeno could be in potential trouble. Going to be able to strut away from any of this CC coming in from Mythic. But now you have Ego coming in and coming back from the team. You have and Pog over on the bot side by himself. Luckified could potentially get caught out. Nothing's coming more. They're just going to be trying to poke him out the best he can, and then just keep throwing Tate on that front line and just taking the abuse needed for his team. Wow, Avanail is just going to get chunked.
His HP bar is not going down.
Right now, Avanail is quite low. He's unable to get the Sun Zenith. Ego is going to be going down immediately. Phil is going to be getting that pickup, and now they're just going to be pushing him under their tower, but that's going to be Jinx excited, just going to be ripping through this. The Fate Unsealed going to be grabbing a lot of the members, but the bullet time is not quite there to reach all of them for the damage, and that's just going to be, this is going to be your game.
Oh, Luckified, no!
Yeah.
And Mythic is going to take this game, the first into a best of 5 here. They are the #1 seeded team for a reason, Verdant. We'll have to see if they're going to get this game 2 or game 3 for a potential just quick best of five, as this is a revenge match. Remember, they lost to Nature before, so we'll have to see if they're going to be able to pick up these games in the future. They ended up winning what with a 9K gold lead. Quite good for them.
So right now, we're like this is a good way to start the set. Just a good, firm, dominant game one. I obviously took to 35 minutes, so it wasn't a complete smash. So we're
Yeah.
just going to be drawing it out, make it nice and easy. And I guess for Natures to win game two, what do you have to change up?
Okay, they needed more damage, right? They had a lot from Gragas, but he was stuck going on to the tank, who was just able to absorb it. And of course, they didn't get a whole lot out of their mid lane. The earlier rotations also really enabled it. So they need to find ways to get priority when these lanes just a little bit more than they were. They can't handshake. They can't handshake bot lane. I don't think they're going to be able to do that.
Yeah, I mean, I think they definitely did have damage in the sense of was it Xeno? I mean, Xeno R in a
Z-
lot of those team fights were just really it was putting in a lot of work, but the locket coming in from VXH, I think actually did a lot of work. I think I saw it popped like every time, and it ate up quite a bit of damage, gives a lot of crucial seconds to your team. And
It did. It did, but like they only did 26,000 damage versus in this echelon of play. Gragas did 50,000, right? They had
wow,
damage. It just didn't do as much as they needed to. Here, Sion did 43,000 damage, Swain did 33,000, and Jinx did 28,000, right? And with Misfortune, you should be able to harass the enemy team a little bit more to try and get that value.
yeah, I this is. Do you think they're going to be swapping sides, or they're going to be keeping the blue side?
I think a side swap could potentially benefit Nature here, as you're able to set up with the counter picks just a little bit more. Their priority pick ended up not helping them enough.
Yeah, their priority pick was Sejuani, and Sejuani was able, like Luckified was able to get some stuff going on Sejuani, but and they were able to get a fair bit of stuns. But honestly, the early pick of Renata Glass with the hostile takeover did just make it very hard to fight with a all melee, like a damn near all melee comp. Hmm. But while we have these stirring thoughts, we're just going to be right back soon, ladies and gentlemen. Before we get to the draft for game two, don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon.
live.
Hello, everyone. We are back with the draft for game 2 of this final set. We didn't switch sides at all. This is going to be Nature on the blue side and Mythic on the red side. I don't know why it is not populating for me. Can you resend me the link, good sir?
I should be able to resend you the link. We'll have to see if there's the extra plus at the end. That was what was wrong. All
Gotcha.
right here. Snap Gragas from Nature. They got a lot of value out of it. Like I said, nearly 50,000 damage in a 30-minute game. It's exactly what you want to see. The Swain getting banned makes a whole lot of sense here as well. Ash has been pretty good with some compositions and makes sense for what both teams want to be able to do here. So makes sense there. And Aurelion Soul has been tearing up the Summoner's Rift, stargazing and just destroying and breathing on these enemy teams for some nice victories. But looks like Mythic is going to be sticking to a familiar game plan. They're not going to be having as much damage with Xin Zhao. We're going to have a little bit more peeling with Poppy here, should Nature want to go with a similar game plan. And of course, we're not at Glask. A lot of disengage should they want it. And if they end up going with Zaya here, they're going to be in a similar situation in the set of Nature, as Gragas can disengage and Zaya can disengage as well.
So an important thing to be looking at here is that Poppy can be flexed in, obviously, the top lane or in jungle. I think in more competitive play, I've seen her most often in the jungle. But as you aforementioned, she's going to be very good for peeling for Ladyboys here.
That is.
But we're going to be having the Rakan Gragas going to be going in for a dive against Ladyboys, so they're going to have to be on their toes here.
They're a quite charming, lovely couple into the bot side. Classic for sure. And because they didn't pick AD carry at the start, they didn't necessarily show it. Although it does show the hand of what Nature wants to be doing here. There's only one thing that Nature wants to be doing here with Zaya and Rakan, and that's kind of going in, peeling for their team, and just doing a bunch of damage. And of course, Talia, I think, is a very good snapback response here, Verdant.
The ruptured earth is going to be very hard to dive into. A, you're just going to be stunning yourself, and then B, if you're just going to be walking over it, that's going to be a lot of slows. So we just have a lot of zone control coming in from Mythic so far.
Yeah, a lot of zone control for sure. Just imagine getting walled off by Talia, and then hostile takeover just pinches you between a rock and a hard place.
Yeah, oof. That's gonna be a very hard team to dive. I think you want something with either unstoppable, or that's just gonna be pretty rough to get into Mythic. You could, but oddly enough, you could go Gragas jungle, and then you could do like a Mel fight Orianna for like a ball delivery service to get in behind everything. But
here's the big question for me, Verdant. Right, game 1, Nature had to E-sub. Do you think that this ban difference will be enough to really help Nature out here, as they're going to be able to ban people up, and they will have warmed up with their E-sub for one more game?
Yes. I mean, for game 1, they banned out J4 and the Ashe in the first set of bans. But then for game 2, they are now able to include the Swain and take Phil off of that. So I think that difference in itself is important, because at Yon, depending on how the matchup is played, but obviously, as we saw last one, Phil was able to just continuously abuse Yon. So I think it's definitely important to take him off of that. But that's going to be, okay, Jace in the mid lane, Maokai in the jungle, and Gragas again here in the top lane. But now we're going to be seeing what this last pick is. Do you think it's going to be the top or the jungle? Well, I mean, we could also have Talia in the jungle.
Yeah, we could. I think Poppy versus Gragas is a pretty favorable matchup, right? So,
yeah, it's pretty decent. Okay.
It's pretty decent, yeah. Although Tom Kent also seems pretty decent. He's there to indulge the gluttonous man and the gluttonous catfish in the top lane. Makes a lot of sense to me, Verdant. Going to be able to take this harass, just like in game 1. Poppy, like you mentioned, really good in the jungle here. So was able to get that. And like, this is just so good. Like, imagine Talia plus Poppy, the terrain.
Yeah, being able to just slam some of your teammate, slam people through it because you didn't even need a wall with Poppy. You could just have the ruptured earth, and then you can just push them while they're in the midst of that,
Oh,
and that
that's
instant stuns
true.
them.
That
Yeah, I'm
is
like
very
you don't even
true.
need the wall. Obviously, you have the Talia ultimate, which then creates a wall for them, for you to shove them into. But that's not even like the main play for that. But Tom is also going to be a very good, obviously, like peel option for the team. If they go all in on a single carry, you can just devour them and just kind of throw them away to safety. So it's going to be, it's definitely going to be tough for Nature to try to get in there. I think having the explosive cask, you could detonate that and then throw a lot of the team members of Mythic into the Nature's welcoming arms.
Yeah, welcoming arms here. Just gonna get ping ponged around with the Maokai, the Gragas, and of course, he can be rooted. They can stop the ping pong as well. But Jace could maybe say, maybe I want some action too, and knock you to and fro. Uh, the range isn't gonna be quite as big. Zaya, fairly short ranged compared to Sivir and some of these other champions as well, which is going to be super important. They're going to need this vision set up for their engages here. Gragas wants to engage Rakan. Maokai wants to do it. Jace can play kind of from afar, but can kind of dive in between this melee to ranged champion. Well, Mythic can play from afar here. Talia just going to throw those stones, and Sivir can just throw her boomerang here.
Yeah, I'm like, but both sides do have like a little bit of poke. I think Nature does win out on that because they have the sapper lanes. They do have the feathers, the Q feathers from Zaya being able to throw that out. They have some of those some of those casks coming in from Gragas, but Jace able to really augment that. I think they will win out on that little poke war, but obviously we're gonna have to see once we're in game. But looking at these comps, who do you think who do you think has the edge? Like
I think Mythic has the edge. I think Mythic has
yeah.
the edge. And I'm not saying that because they won last game. Just to be clear, here. Just their composition's quite strong. They've got a lot of tanks here as well. Zaya's gonna have a harder time scaling, and they weren't able to win bot last game with an advantageous bot lane, in my opinion. And the Renata Glasgow's still here. That really buggers up Zaya, as your feathers aren't going to be in the correct locations. If you get hit at the wrong time here, and if you force out a feather storm, there's other ultimates you have to be worried about, which means you're going to be forced out of other spells as well.
I think that is an important aspect. I kind of always forget that does absolutely muck up the feather placement for Zaya with the hostile takeover.
Absolutely demolishes it.
However, I don't think the side of Nature will definitely like kill themselves with the hostile takeover. Obviously, it'll just distract them, kind of just mess up the flow of the game. But I don't think that if any of those members are berserk outside of the Zaya, it's gonna kill themselves.
It's not like it's a Jinx or a Vayne where you're like, uh-oh, Reggie.
Uh-oh. Please, no, have mercy, teammate. I'm sorry, little one. You must go. Yeah, no.
This is Sparta.
We're not going to be seeing any of that here. But I think that I think that Talia Jace mid lane is going to be a very flashy, exciting one. Obviously, I think we're going to be seeing the Gragas and the Tom just going to be kind of handshaking it out, slapping each other back and forth in the top lane, just healing up.
Talia Jace? I think it's a Gragas Talia. Based on the client showing.
Oh, it is. Oh,
this is in the top side, Verdant.
Oh, my bad. I can't read. Apologies.
Yeah, junglers, guys.
Oh,
you can never read.
Happens to the best of us. Well, okay, then Tom is gonna have to put up with a lot of abuse here in the top lane versus Gragas. Gragas is just gonna most likely have to play this very slow. This dash does come out pretty quickly, and Talia does have a kind of a longer cast animation for the Ruptured Earth. So it's definitely going to change up the dynamic of how I was thinking about this game.
Yeah, that will change things up. Tom is pretty strong early on, but so is Jace. Jace has a little bit more power, I believe, especially level 1, because you have more abilities. But you're going to fall off just a little bit more. Tom is going to be kind of thick to deal with.
Well, as we think about Tom and Thomas's thickums, we are just going to go to a quick break, and we're going to be right back with Game 2. Don't go away. We'll see you soon. Hello, summoners. We are back for the game 2. We didn't switch sides, so it's going to be MTC on the red side, and we're going to be having Nature's Wrath here on the blue side. We're going to be going here for what seems to be another 5-point here. We're going to be playing it nice and slow in this early game. Do we see any Keystone summoners? Ooh, I misspoke. We're going to be getting a little poke out of the top lane.
Yeah, a little top poke lane never hurt anyone for sure. It'll be an interesting matchup, I think. I think there's a pretty standard summoners here that we've been seeing amongst everyone else. Anthony getting caught out here though, Verdant. Oh no. Oh
Uh-oh.
no.
He's going to be in trouble here. Going to be trying to get away from this play. He will have to probably... Yeah, he's going to be flashing the tongue lash, so he's not going to be dying to this. So, good on him to survive this.
Quick update here. The scoreboard's wrong and missing it in the bottom for stream.
All right.
Okay. Well, the production is going onwards. We're getting a standard bot side push on both teams. Here, they're going to be rotating. Maybe we're going to see some poke here out of the top side, as Tom Kent should do pretty well into a BC Anthony here, especially with their flash down. Super important burst setup for Jace. Relies on that flash. So if he's not going to be able to get that up, or if he just gets poked out, Jace falls off quite hard, but Tete is going to be quite strong throughout this. And we can kind of see this with how this trade's coming up, right? With the HP coming up and Grasp, just these short trades are going to be a little bit more favorable unless Anthony can get these really good all-ins.
If Tete is able to get a lot of these tongue lashes off, he's going to be able to kind of sustain his way through the lane. And there's going to be level 2 spike here in the top lane and the bot lane around the same time. Tongue lash is going to be really slowing Anthony, unable to get enough movement speed to really turn this play in his favor despite the level advantage.
Yeah, minions, they're doing a lot of damage. And of course, the tongue action,
3 tongue lashes in a row. Yeah, that is devastating for Jace to handle.
Yep. And just look at the HP exchange hands, right? Like the tongue lash is going in wonders.
Obviously, having the counter pick last in the top side, most likely thinking that he was going up against Gragas here, I would think. But we're going to be now having the level lead again here for Anthony. And will he be able to get a more favorable trade this time? He will not. Ooh, missing the tongue lash now. We're kind of on the lower end of mana here for both top laners.
Yeah, but we have to keep in mind that Anthony really needs this wave under, and if he can't, that's going to put him in dangerous territory. Both junglers start into the bot side, and Greg knows if a counter roam is going to be coming up because of this ward here. Anthony, super low.
Yeah, Anthony just dumped all of his mana and now going to be trying to get away from this play, but his flash is down from the earlier invade, and that's going to be the tongue lash getting the pickup in Tete now with first blood.
First blood, eating him up.
It's going to be a nice knockup on VXH, but that's going to be his Guardian coming out there. Going to be absorbing a lot of the damage that Abbatrombone was putting forth.
Yeah, it's still anyone's game here. If Abbatrombone is going to be low here, it's going to make them difficult to engage. But with them being so close to their tower, it means Ladyboys and VXH is going to be further from their tower, which makes things a little bit more dangerous here. Although this might be a bit of a handshake here. Both 80 carries went for call.
I don't necessarily see a kill happening here on the Ladyboys. You're able to eat it with this. You're able to eat Abbatrombone engage with the spell shield.
Spell shield bailout. Like, how do you get a kill?
Yeah, it's pretty rough. But right now, Phil could be in potential trouble. He's going to be flashing forth, but then he's going to be shoved back and over to Pog. Pog's going to be trying to get some of this damage coming through. Is going to be getting these autoprocs. Is he going to be able to get away from this play? Luckified now quite low, getting to take a lot of this turret damage. And right now, we're going to be seeing Greg. He's not going to be able to get the slam against the wall, but he's going to be getting the hammer slam against. And Luckified trying to go back in, save his teammate, but is going to be paying for that sacrifice with his life.
Yeah, Luckified being liquefied here, getting sapped out. Just walking up with low HP, trying to get that extra from his auto here, but Greg didn't care. Just got a lot there, and that's 2 kills already, which is good news for Mythic, as we talked about how potent Phil was in game one and how potent this pick is into game two.
Ooh, right now
Oh,
Anthony is going to
good
get caught up by
engage.
Tay here. Going to be crunching in a lot of this damage. Going to be shoving him away with the hammer. But I Tom is going to be just healing it up. He has the crystalline bracer, so he's just going to be able to. Obviously, he has the Doran's shield. He has his passive, and Anthony only has the single. Has like the longsword and the Doran's blade. So I think that Tate is going to be on the winning end of this lane from here on out.
Yeah, with the first blood and the healing there as well. Anthony hasn't been able to get the wave that they need, can't get the fight. And once 6 happens, right, like Tete
Ooh.
has, that's his strong point.
So now we have a definite early advantage here on the side of Mythic. Do you want to then push this for Dragons, or do you just want to continue to play this slow?
I think they can still play this slow. If these waves are super easy for them to shove in, which it looks like should be the case, they can try and do this. But the problem is you have to get these waves under control, have the HP and the mana, and then be able to get a reset in the future. If you can't get that future reset, that's what makes getting early dragons so difficult, because it's harder to push in waves. Minions are effectively stronger relative to you, and you don't have the gold to really chew through them as much as you don't have the XP for your skills, and you don't have the damage because you don't have the gold to go with it.
Gotcha. So a lot of this feeds into it. So ooh, right now there's going to be Luckify going up against Greg, going to be and getting battered about, but Luckify getting quite low, trying to get away with the phase rush, going to be trying to get away from some of the
Oh
from some of these
no,
slows, but that's not going to be enough. Now Anthony is going to be in trouble. It's going to be
Anthony!
flash coming in from Tay. That's going to be and the Devourer
No!
coming through. And yeah, Tay is going to be getting the pickup here on Anthony. And now
Oh!
this is just looking to be a disaster here at 7 minutes. 4 kills going over to Mythic for Greg and Tay.
Yeah, the lethality here might not be enough to kill the catfish here. They're gonna need a fishing pole coming out of the shop if they want to be able to kill Tete at all, which it's gonna be quite difficult for them. Quite difficult for them to win this matchup. Just with how this is going, 4 kills already. Very,
Right now,
very potent.
Right now, I don't think they need a fishing rod. Like, I think they need more than a fishing rod. I think they need like the super rod from
Well,
Pokemon.
a super rod, a harpoon, possibly.
Oh, yeah,
Curse
yeah,
you, Moby Dick.
absolutely. Shout out to Herman Melville there. Thank you very much there, Abba. But right now, we obviously have this dire situation for Natures. How do they turn this around?
All right. So with the goal deficit the way they is, they need to understand that in order to win these fights, they're gonna need luckified here, or they're gonna have to find a way to out farm their opponent. They're just gonna have to wait for Mythic potentially also to just make a mistake, right? Mythic has made some really good plays. They've been meshing well together. We're seeing a nice roam here out of VHX, and they're able to get a lot of value out of this. But if they can recognize what's happening, they can reduce the value that Mythic is going to be able to get by catching people out, just playing things to their numbers advantage, and win that way.
Yeah, oh, I think that yeah, Luckify is gonna have to start like really turn this around because so far he hasn't been able to find any successful ganks, create any tempo for his team whatsoever. Right now, he could find something here if he goes for this Rift Herald here on the top side. Well, it appears that Mythic is going to be committing for this dragon.
Yeah, the dragon's gonna be super good for them. Wait, which dragon is it? Do we have? We have Earth Dragon, of course. So extra resistances on a Tom Kench. Tate
Ugh.
is gonna be loving that. Greg's gonna be loving that as well.
Oh,
And
that's
Anthony.
Devourer
Oh
into the
no,
tower. There's
the
gonna be the flash coming
flash!
in from Anthony right there at the end, but it's gonna be going down regardless.
Are they
And now
gonna get the rift?
Luckified is trying to get
They
this out, but
get
that's gonna be
the
this
rift!
stolen Rift Herald. And now this is just becoming even more of a disaster. That's going to be the handshake catching out Luckified. Luckified is going to be getting the flash away. Tate is going to be getting the tongue lash, getting that rampage going on. And wow, this is going to be the top in jungle just absolutely feasting on the side of Mythic this game against their counterparts.
Well, you have to feast with Tay-Tay's Tom Kench right there. Just eating up
His
these
hunger cannot be
champions.
abated.
Yeah, they'd be obliged to have a second helping. They've had first dinner, but what about second dinner? right here. Getting the rift out there, I was not necessarily expecting that. Coming down to the wire here, not able to get the smite, but that extra gold, extra pressure, it's going to make things super difficult
Oh,
here.
Ladyboys is out of mana, is going to be taking a lot of damage coming in from Xeno here. But yeah, I
Oh,
think Ladyboy's definitely going to have to go back to base and come back into this lane. But I think he's
yeah.
going to be staying here a little bit selfishly. But now
Oh
we have
no,
Greg coming
Anthony,
in the
not
wins. Anthony is
again.
in potential trouble. He's getting slowed. He's getting
Potential.
shoved back. Ooh, yep.
Potential Verdant. He was getting caught out there 2v1 under his own tower at this point. There is no place that is safe for Anthony here. I guess Greg is just a better name.
Well, okay. I didn't know if Greg potentially shoved him under his own tower, he could have survived that. So I can't say with absolute certainty at that point, but it was a very likely scenario.
Yeah, it was a very likely scenario as well. But his flash was also down. He's got.
Oh no! Oh no!
Oh no, indeed, Verdant. Oh, but he
Anthony's
was
gonna
able
be
to get the kill.
Anthony's gonna be TPing back to that and gonna be getting the 800 gold shut down at the cost of his own life again. Gonna be giving away a lot of minions, but hey, that's 800 gold on a Jace.
Yeah, but the minions, the XP, it's so important. Of course, the shutdown's important as well, getting that nice eclipse. But we already have a heart steal on Tom Kent with boots, tier 2 boots. The plated steel cap's going to make things quite hard for Zeno and BC Anthony. We're getting a nice push into the mid lane here coming from Mythic as well. Minions win games. Plates extra are like half a kill right there. The XP, big difference. We're already seeing a level lead in the top side. It's even in the mid and bot lane, but it might not stay that way with how Greg doesn't have to go top here to get some of these wins. All right, they can be rotating to the mid or bot side to try and stop Zeno here, who has a nice 10 CS lead, but we'll have to see if they can hold on to it.
Right now, Phil and Anthony going to be poking back and forth at each other, but Phil could be in potential trouble. It's just going to instantly flash, not going to be dealing with any of that shenanigans. Going to be getting away from this collapse play.
Yep, no shenanigans to be had here. Zero shenanigan gaming. And
always.
always, always. And of course, the wave Phil's going to be able to manage here. Not quite having damage.
Ooh,
Oh,
there's going to be a nice stun coming in from Phil. Phil is just going to be spacing out Pog very well. That's going to be just a lot of damage coming through. Pog is going to be obviously surviving it, just being a very, very tanky boy, but is going to be having to back and use his TP top to cover the top tower. So Pog is going to be backing right before, like a minute before Dragon here. So they're going to be able to set up a vision line for the side of Mythic, but now they're also going to be getting first tower.
Yeah, the early game has come to a close. And look at Mythic's lead, 5,000 gold. 5,000, of course, because of top lane and because of Greg as well. So kudos to Tete and Greg here. You were talking about how important these tongue lashes were going to be, and it seemed to play out just to be that way. And it looks like nature here isn't being supernatural. They don't have all this vision they need in the jungle as well for this second dragon, the Inferno Dragon. It's just going to make them hurt so much more.
Yeah, I right now, right now you have just these tanks who have already done a lot of damage throughout this particular game. Ooh. Anthony and Tete going to be going out of here. Tete trying to get in a lot of damage. He now will have the Devour. He will have the Tongue Lash immediately coming out of this. But will that be enough damage to finally secure? And will secure the kill here onto Anthony? Pog was trying to then come help his teammate, but he's going to be getting away from this. He has, yeah, he does not have the juice to get away, and that's going to be another kill going over to Tete. 7-1 Leviathan here in the top lane. But now we're going to be fighting for this dragon. That's going to be the hammer toss out of here. Get on out. We don't want to see you here anymore. But now this dragon's at 600 health, and that's going to be Sivir getting the pick up there. Luckified here in trouble, having to flash out over the wall.
Yeah, having to flash out here. Hammer time coming out of Greg as well. An excellent song, but an even better ultimate there, preventing any sort of shenanigans that they needed and securing that second Drake here. Wind Drake, not the strongest here, but the extra movement speed is going to be nice here. and any slows that are going to be coming out as well are going to be reduced. So quite nice for them. And two dragons here, good chunk of pressure coming there, soul pressure coming up to soul point for the next dragon, and two towers as well. Nature is not on the board. They've got one kill, but they don't have any objectives as that first Rift Herald was stolen. Maybe they'll get the second one, but it'll be very difficult with top and mid losing their outermost tower.
I don't think there's a world in which you want to play around like Tay whatsoever. I think you just need to leave that catfish alone.
The behemoth.
Yeah, he has two completed items at this point. And Lady
Ooh, the
Boys could be in
spell
potential
shield.
trouble here. Going to be using the spell shield, get away from this charm. Avenel is going to be expending his R for that play.
R for spell shield. It's a 20-second cooldown, but your R is way longer than that, Evanel. So we'll have to see if Lady Boys is going to be still able to play this safe. They don't have that tower on either side here, but if they're going to be at their tower, they're going to be able to farm nice and safely here. Well, this Rift Herald play comes on, and Nature isn't going to be able to stop it. They don't have the damage. They don't have the numbers. They're a little bit too far behind here. And Pog hasn't been quite getting the value that they need out of this Gragas pick. Yeah, they got some nice CC to go with it. Anthony doesn't quite have the damage that they need to chew through these beefy tanks here, who both have a Sunfire Aegis. So we're stuck here. You're going to be taking a lot of damage.
Instantly crammed right into the wall. Pog
No.
is in trouble. Is going to be
Dying
knocked
in
up,
the
trying to
enemy's
dash
jungle.
away.
Yeah, they got caught into the enemy's jungle here. League and real estate are quite similar. It's location, location, location here. You gotta know where to stand. And with the way the visions lined up, the Rift Herald was there. There's no tower for you to safely walk to. It's very dangerous. Mythic knows this law, and they've been able to punish a number of times here. Just get these picks, Verdant.
I mean, yeah, right now, what can they do to stop that? They're going to be just coming in after Anthony, and he is just going to get the Devour proc here, shoving him out right into Phil's and just chain there. Oh, that is disgusting. And
Getting a
just
bit of
getting another
motion
kill.
sickness. Get this man a barf bag, a doggy bag, as he's getting tossed around Summoner's Rift here. And this is a lot of towers to be down right at 18 minutes. Rift Arrow still up and available to push here. They could go for a bot tower, meaning it's going to be super dangerous for Lockified to be able to get some of their jungle here. We've seen a number of people get caught out, or they could be doing it for some of these side lanes, potentially mid lane as well as it's the shorter lane. You're able to get some value there, but it is a little bit deep as your enemy team is going to be able to rotate here as well.
So right now we're going to be getting closer and closer to Dragon. We have 1:30. We're going to be trying to push for Vision. I think this is going to be starting to determine kind of how this game will be decided. Do you think Nature's Wrath has a snowball's chance in hell for a potential fight? Or that's going to be Tay going in by himself on the bot side, but Luckified is going to be potentially caught out. Greg is going to be giving him the business and that's going to be Greg getting that pickup there. And Tay just kind of dove into the back line and was just able to just take a lot of abuse there and walk out of that play.
Yeah, that seems to be the case. There's two rules in League. Oh my gosh, Pog here getting caught out.
Wow.
Flash is coming out, the casket coming out, but his life is
Flash
still
stopping
taken.
the dash, getting that airborne proc. Oh my gosh, Poppy, what a play there.
Yeah, it was so well played by both people, but in the end, he ended up dying. But as I was going to say here, or I guess there's another fight here, Verdant. Wow. Anthony trying to get any sort of leverage that he can get here, get on the board, as he is the only kill for Nature. It makes things difficult for them, but never chase a singed, and there's always time to throw in League of Legends. There's always a mistake that the opponent's going to be making. No one plays perfectly, and if you can execute your opponent's mistake and punish it successfully, that can really, really help you out. That being said, it's not looking good for Natures. We're guaranteed a game 3 no matter how this game comes out, but this has to be hard on Nature's mental.
So right now, and for right now, I think we're going to be seeing a lot of lot of just poke back and forth for awards. But going in for game one, they had the tank they had the tank jungler with the Sejuani. Now we have obviously more of the AP bruiser with Maokai. And both of these picks, I feel just have not been as effective as Greg on both of his options here. So,
Yeah.
what do they need to pick up for the jungle to help enable their team?
Well, they haven't been able to get. Has Lockify really been able to get a successful gank in game two? I don't think they have, right?
Yeah,
And
correct. With the
and game
040 stat line, I'm inclined to say no.
and I mean they could have gotten some summoners out, right? That
Fair.
being said, game one, I don't think they got too many picks out here. They got some nice value here as well, but they just need to find a way to get a good, strong winning lane. Let's pretend for a moment that Tete and Anthony have switched sides. Their scoreboards are different, and the gold reflects that. This could be a very different game, right? They would have an out here. They just need to win one lane a lot better than they are currently to scale in and threaten the enemy team. Just like we're seeing Tete do to
Oh, geez, just
Pognomatron here,
running him down.
eating him up. Elcove Gaming here, stopping the dash. The casket's not going to be enough as the tongue is going to land on the thick boy Gragas and going to be licked to death.
I will say that Pog actually had just a lot of really, really good jukes in A, the mid lane, but B, in that little Elf Cove play. But right now, Tete is just too strong, has the Sunfire at just up and whirling
And
around, just doing too much magic damage. And
look at the third item. That's the nail in the coffin.
what is that? Frost? Yeah, that's Winter's Approach right now.
Winter's Approach.
We're gonna be building up to Fimble Winter. I think the second you get Fimble Winter on Tete, this is just donezo. But oh my god, Anthony gonna just be taken.
Yeah, I was waiting for the flash tongue.
Yeah.
I was waiting for the flash tongue.
Oh goodness.
W out and just take. Yeah.
I mean, Jace is definitely trying his best. Oh, right now we might have Tete in trouble here. That's the Ignite coming in from Avenel. Gonna be trying to push into him. He is charmed. He's only down to half health, but he's gonna be just going in, no problem, no worries. Right now, Pog is getting quite low himself. He's gonna be going down to Ladyboy. He's getting that pickup. Now we have the Featherstorm coming through. Tete is gonna be taking a lot of this tower damage, but he's gonna be able to just tank that for his team. Oh, Avenel with the spicy outplay is gonna be getting away from this. Can Greg catch up to him? The shield's gonna be going down soon. Ooh, he's unable to find that pickup. Luckify is going to be shoving him out of the base with the twisting advance coming through.
Ooh, some
and
good damage.
Unable to find that.
Good shield as well coming out of Phil. But oh my goodness.
Oh, where'd he go? Where'd he go? Everywhere. Blown up.
Yeah. Somebody's yelling timber. The kill you won't forget happening into the mid lane. Gonna potentially take this tower here as well with the wave being shoved up. They have the Baron buff, so they're gonna get some nice recalls. They really, really don't want to die here. People getting close to death, getting that HP refilled up here, starting up some of these fights. It's a minute and 30 seconds until Dragon. Verdant Soul is on the menu right now. So is the enemy Nexus. We'll have to see what kind of fight is going to be coming up here. But this upcoming fight, this team fight could be the last one for game two for Nature. So we'll have to see if they're going to be able to get a crucial pick onto some of these champions and potentially save them, as Fimbulwinter is not full here yet. We're only at 200 of the 360 needed stacks.
So question. For game three, do you bring back Ego? Do you bring back Ego for the top lane? I understand he was the Issa, but he was putting in a lot of work. Like, as you have formatted. Oh, okay. He's not going to be thrown back in the team. But he did the most damage on the team by a vast margin. Obviously, it was because he and the Scion were just going to be chunking each other back and forth. But I think the Gragas, just the tank top laner, was significantly more effective, obviously, than Anthony here on the Jace.
Well, the thing is, I think we're doing a handshake into the scaling bot lane. And the side that's winning the tank side is just going to have an easier team fight, right? When you do a handshake like that. So if you do a handshake top side and then try and win bot or mid, that's going to really change these games up, as you're still going to have your wet noodle fight here. probably not. It's also, well, not very, but it's harder to throw a wet noodle fight, right? Because you have some mobility or just some like HP to play with and some resistances to go with it. As we've seen, like Tete just be able to walk her out, but Anthony's just been chunked. I think that is a potential here. Ego could be e-subbed back in again. I don't believe they would lose an e-sub with how the rules are written. So a potential avenue for them to go in.
Right now, Phil's going to be getting the bailout, just going to be rushing at Pog. Pog's going to be having to flash out of that play and commit the explosive cask. And now they're just going to be cramming into this mid lane. They have the Cloud Soul. They will have a lot of this ultimate cooldown. Twisting Advance coming in from the sideline. Hostile Takeover going to be pushing in through their team. Ladyboy is going to be barely surviving here with a sliver of HP. Now Lookify is trying to push in the best he can. But right now, it's going to be Tay coming in behind the backline. The Featherstorm pull coming back through. Tay is just only down to half HP. Going to get some of these tongue lashes pushing back through. That's just a lot of summoners coming out from the side of Mythic.
A successful defense coming out of nature is exactly what you want to be seeing here. At 11,000 gold deficit, Baron is no longer, the buff isn't here. So it's going to be another minute and 40 seconds before that purple worm is going to be popping into the Summoner's Rift to really change things out and force out a team fight. But a good defense here is a good sign here. If Mythic isn't able to end, there's always more chances for a pick or for something else to happen, or for them just to think about how they need to adjust their game plan to win this game or potentially the next game. Of course, it's going to be a little bit harder as they're behind because they did not win the first game.
So right now, I don't want to be doing. We obviously don't want to be doom and gloom, but I don't foresee being able to come back into this game. This is tough. Obviously, they had a very good defense that last time, but they were unable to get any pickups. Obviously, Ladyboys and a lot of them, they don't have flashes anymore. But I am uncertain of them being able to kind of secure a kill at this point. I think they have enough peel, obviously, as we talked about in the pregame analysis for Mythic. With them having this much of a level lead, I don't know if they can stop them. And that's just going to be Tay just walking at the tower all by himself and just going to be taking that.
Yeah, it is not looking good here, especially with these turrets falling. So it's going to be an interesting thing. We'll have to see if we're going to keep the same sides or not. Maybe that'll be the key factor for Nature to win here. But Mythic has been showing strong again. And they're really defending that they're the #1 seeded team here. And they're already ready for this Baron here. And it's super dangerous for Nature to walk into their jungle because we got the big Tom Kench sitting around here. Tay defending here, able to peel and do a lot of damage.
That's going to be Tay coming in. Luckified is now going to be cut off with the wall, going to be stunned up, and now is going to be trying to run away with their life. But the phase rush is going to be running out and is going to be picked up by Tay. Just an absolute madman getting kills left and right. He cannot be satisfied. His hunger cannot be abated.
Yeah, his hunger cannot be abated, and he is hungering, got a hankering for a Nexus here, and it's not his own. It's a little too salty, so he's going to have to go for the blue side here. A little bit more of a mellow, tangy taste to go with it. This inhib, a nice appetizer, but not going to be enough here. Baron buff really helping these plays.
Ooh, Avanel's going to be going in and getting a lot of these charms. Hostile takeover coming back through. That's going to be a Featherstorm return, and that's just going to be both teams trying to go away from each other. Just going to be buy some more time, try to get Luckified back into this fight. But now Pog and Avanel are under half health here, and this could potentially spell trouble. This is going to be the third inhib of the game, getting the double supers now for Mythic, and this is going to most likely be your dagger. They still have the Baron buff. You have the cannon minion. You have cannon minions coming in. They're going to be able to just keep shooting at your base. But you are running low on mana on the Sivir at the moment, so that could maybe be a little bit of a window for them.
They have some nice wave clear here on Nature as well, which is exactly what they need to be seeing. Ooh. But Phil has mana here, right? That's the important part. The fountain's nearby to heal. Super nice for them. They need to be able to get these kills here. Luckify taking some damage there, but not dying. although the tower getting dangerously low.
Twisting advance coming through, and that's going to be a flash coming in from Pog and from Pog trying to get Phil, but that's going to be Phil matching him flash for flash, and not going to be thrown back into his own team and the tower awaiting him.
Yep. Siver's ultimate here coming out here as well, trying to get the team to reposition for this last side here. All of the inhibs are down, so
Ooh.
double master, super
Phil
minions.
just getting that filthy knockup and then going to get instantly devoured. Almost was evaporated, but now we have the hostile takeover. Going to be shoving them back over towards the tower. They won't be able to get back to the fountain to heal on up. Now Luckified is isolated by himself, and Greg could be in trouble here. Zeno is going to be using the Featherstorm, and Greg is going to be barely surviving, and that's going to be a 20-1 dominant victory going over to Mythic.
15,000 gold lead sitting at 30 minutes. If you get 500 gold as an advantage every minute, that's considered a stomp. And I think we saw that here, Verdant.
Yeah.
A dominant victory coming out of here. Now, I've got one question for you. How much damage do you think this Tom Kench did in 30 minutes?
I think he had to at least deal 25,000.
28,000 damage, doing
Okay,
the
yeah.
most damage. Bill only did 23, which is phenomenal here. Anthony still did a lot here with 22,000 damage here. But that man, when you feed a top laner, holy, when he's super thick, you just can't kill him, getting all of that damage in there. And just stacking the HP with the grasp and the heart steal really, really helped set up that game.
Yeah, I think there's just another game of Tay being thickums here on the top side of the map.
Yeah, when you're unkillable, you're unkillable. Able to get a lot of value out of that pick here. Uh, how do you think they're going to adjust the ban here? Are they going to drop the? Well, they're probably going to keep the Swain ban, right? Are we going to see a
Yeah.
Tom Kench ban here? But then they just move back to the Scion, which isn't the good news for the side of nature here as well. Are they going to change out the Ash ban, the Jarvan?
Okay.
Like what's the big threat that we think we need to answer here on the side of nature?
All right. Admittedly, I don't think that Swain was more intolerable than Talia. Talia just made it so like you can like with the Unraveled Earth, like you can't dive into their backline even more. On top of just like obviously you have the very long cooldown on hostile takeover if that misses, but then having the Ruptured Earth is very important for them. And with that being out of the play, that'd be very nice. I mean, they can at least dive into the backline with the Demon Flare. Like we saw for game one, we saw Pog being able to dive into the backline with the Unstoppable proc and able to get in there with his dashes, and they were able to pick out Ladyboys multiple times. But Talia, I think it was a bit rough for them to go up against, and she was able to sniff out a lot of the ganks and was able to absorb a lot of pressure mid.
Well, I think that's just Phil being super smart, being able to get the prio that they always had mid lane, and they snuffed out a lot of the ganks as well. They just ended up living with a sliver of health both games and played things, just well.
All right, we are going to be back very soon with the draft for Game 3. Don't go away. Production will be ready very shortly. All right, everybody. We are going to be getting into the Game 3 draft. We're going to be switching it up now. We're going to be seeing Nature's Wrath here on the red side, and we're going to be seeing Mythic Esports here on the blue side. So obviously, we're talking in the midst of Game 2 of what they need to change up. I didn't get to hear your thoughts. Do you? What do you think we need to see changed for Nature?
Wet noodle fight topside. And then they just need to win mid or bot to set stuff up, right? Like Luca Fight has had, they've been able to like walk up and get some potential ganks, but it's never panned out, right? Just being able to get some of these advantages the way they need to, maybe some more damage or just some better setup. Vision's been a large part of how these games have been playing, which is hard to adjust to. It's not like I can say, well, just pick better matchups, right? Like just draft better. It's you have to get your wave set up. They've been getting some priority issues, right, with how things have been going through to get the vision and the rotations that come with it, which lead just to so many things at this echelon of play, objectives, kills, and that just rolls out of control here.
I also I'm surprised to see Singe bans. Obviously, I know that what was it, Pog? I think Pog or Anthony, one of the two, has Singed in their lineup. And Singe is a very consistent player. You can do a lot of proxy, just definitely disrupts the regular flow of the game. So, but I so very rarely see that ban. But we're gonna be just getting right into it. That's gonna be a Sedge pick for Mythic, very safe option as always. The Nature's going to be picking up Annie and Vi. Annie has been kind of flexed between the support and mid role. But at current, I think they're going to be throwing her in the support role. They've been picking a lot of their supports early.
That is true, but it could be a flex pick. It could be what they need to answer to try and rotate here. Like with the Gragas, they expected it to go top and it ended up going mid. And could potentially be what Pognometron is trying to go for, right? They were able to get some nice successful games here as well. Although Sejuani, we saw, good priority pick, able to get some value, get some good setup here. Sivir has a very, very clear go button, and Ladyboys has been able to utilize it to good effect and win these games out. And they're going to be able to poke in this bot lane and sustain just a little bit. But with their support here, VXH, they don't have Renata this game.
I was going to say, they didn't reprise the role of Renata Glass this game. Okay, so this will be Annie support in Vygar in the mid lane.
Vygar,
actually, no, it could be APC. Yeah.
Rate.
Oh, I was too excited. I was too excited.
Don't rule it out. Could be a weird bot lane they go for, but it's not necessarily the case. Although I think what you're saying is most likely true.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing the Talia ban here, which I think is obviously a very smart one. I mean, you do have a potential to like, I think it'd be very hard, like if you just ran another control mage mid, like you could.
They don't have to. They could go with the Yone or something like
that.
For
Mythic?
Right?
Yeah.
They don't need a control, or nature. Like either team doesn't need. They have pretty decent zone control already. But
yeah,
we'll have to see what nature values to get the counter pick for most. My guess is BC Anthony is going to get the counter pick.
Yeah, I think that in a lot of these games, it's just majority of the action has happened around the top side of the map.
Yeah, which is really weird, right? The most damage has been coming out of the top side, and the most action. Yeah. It's normally an island, especially in 5v5 competitive play, but it's just been such a potent win condition.
Ooh, okay. I was wrong. It is a Vygar APC. This is going to be a real support Annie in the mid lane. So we also still could see a Seraphine potentially flexed here in the mid lane.
It's not as common. It's not as common. It's just
not as common anymore.
Yeah. Numbers not quite there. It's running a lot of time here for Mythic. They're really trying to think about what two picks they want here. A Seer. Very interesting pick. Going to be able to Shurima shuffle, get some good value here. They've been winning the mid lane here, and they certainly have the chops for such a mechanically potent champion. And if they're able to get a nice lead like they have been, those towers are going to be quite potent as well. Just a reminder for everyone, the tower has changed a little bit. It does magic damage now, so it's going to be a little bit different. There was an adjustment on Azir. He's pretty good in competitive play right now. He's in a good spot. If you're good, if you're really good with the champion.
So we are going to be seeing Tete reprise the role of Tom Kench here in the top lane, which I think
Oh,
is going to be a very efficient setup with Sejuani. I was going to say before, Mythic was missing out on a lot of their potential melee champions to help stack up some of those Frostbite stacks, but Tom Kench is going to be helping secure that CC lockdown. But that's going to be a Camille pickup here, potentially into this Tom. And Camille is very, very strong against him.
yeah, Divine Sunder, good item. Divine Sunder and Camille, good item.
I would say I'd move it up. Like I would give a different adjective than good. I think it would start
It was
moving
an
into like
enthusiastic
I
audible.
think it moves up to like exceptional item
Yeah,
status.
just gonna be able to cut this catfish open, cook him over, and make him to a nice fillet. So
So right now, obviously we know how we're feeling about the top side of this match, but looking at both these comps, who do you think has the advantage here?
we have an advantageous top side. Bot side has to go for Mythic, right? So I should clarify. Top nature, top side. I banned what we're
Yep.
talking about. Bot side, difficult for nature. Spell shield can stop the primordial burst or just the cage as well, making things a little bit more difficult. And Brell is going to have a harder time trying to set up for such a play as Seraphine. Sivir can just really poke you out, making things difficult. And then in the mid lane, Annie versus Azir. Annie's pretty good, and we'll have to see if these fundamentals that we're seeing out in the middle lane is going to be able to pay off and potentially punish how the Azir wants to play things. Annie's auto range pretty decent here. Azir has some range to him as well. And he doesn't have the biggest control range with her spells. It's not an Orianna or a Lux for sure, but we'll have to see if they're able to do it. It's a pretty big skill matchup here, of course. Annie, if they end up getting like level 6 beforehand, they can just tibber someone out.
Yeah, I mean, I think an important thing to take note of for Azir, he does have a larger, just effective range to work with than Annie.
Yeah.
And he might be able to get away from some of these things with these shifting sands. However, Annie is able to get if she gets the last hit with her Q ability, it refunds the mana. So it
is it all of
refunds.
it? I thought it was just some of it. I thought it was just some of it.
I think it refunds. If I think it was like half or
Yeah,
somewhere.
yeah.
So she's gonna be able to sustain like her mana usage throughout the lane very effectively. I think Azir, he kind of somewhat falters. I think he usually goes Presence of Mind, maybe throw a
Yeah.
mana flow band in there. So at some points it obviously varies game to game, but I think that Annie is if she can get that level lead like you're saying and get to that six spike, she can make this really rough for Azir in the mid lane. And I think that Pog would love to kind of throw back some of this just harassment that Phil has been giving to him the entire set.
Yeah, we'll have to see if Greg is going to be hovering around here or is just going to say, yeah, I don't think this is the matchup to go for. It is some difficult gank angles for Greg here, right? Like, how do you gank a Rel Vigar? Camille, also difficult, which leaves you to mid, the safest lane in the game. And he could just have a stun up.
I think that top is still going to be the easiest lane to gank. I think Camille might go like the Ignite TP option. And if basically Tete can bait out Anthony here and force him to come on up, like Sejuani can just come in from the sidelines and then the Frostbite stacks get stacked up very quickly. And then they'll be able to CC him into Oblivion. I like, obviously you have to be a little bit smart with how the engage goes altogether, but I think they will be able to find some early plays against Anthony potentially if he is going to be shoving up willy-nilly. But I mid lane, yeah, I think mid lane could net you some kills. Obviously, Azir isn't well known for his early burst damage, so with how big Annie's shield is, that I think that's going to be a tough gank.
Yeah, and it got changed too to do just a little bit more as well. So these soldiers are gonna poke back to this zero a little bit. So
Oh, okay.
yep, and it's not a whole lot, but like it adds up, right?
Hmm.
Because you're a mage, right? You don't have like uber HP. You're not a Tom Kench. You're not a Sejuani or even a Relic Camille.
Yeah. But as we get ready for this match, we are gonna be seeing you all on the Rift. Don't go anywhere. This could be a clean sweep for the finals in the Ionia division. Don't go away. We'll be right back. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. This is game 3 of the finals of the Ionia division. And right now, we're going to be seeing an invade potentially coming in from Mythic here, going through the top side of the map.
Yeah, we'll have to see if this invade comes in or not. It's a little bit risky here, but are they going to catch out Anthony? It looks like they ended up seeing it indeed. So good news for nature here, staying safe. And some return wards happening as well in the bot side. Not going to be a on a jungle camp at all, so they're not going to see where this jungler is going to be starting. But Greg getting a nice Raptors ward into this game, so they're going to be able to play around that. We'll have to see if they're going to go with this top start, which looks to be the case as buffs are coming up right now. So that's going to be a split map amongst the group.
I think with Greg being a Sejuani, it's likely assumed that Tete would most often at leash Greg here, but he's just going to be kind of pulling this top wave and now going to be forcing the top wave to shove into him. And as I kind of aforementioned, Anthony does have the Ignite TP, but instead of growing Grasp here in the top side, he's looking to go for Conquer, wants possibly some of these long trades.
Yeah, Tete would want some shorter ones with the grasp here, but the longer trades here, maybe he's just playing out saying, "Hey, it's going to take a little bit to kill Tete, so I'm going to need Conqueror to do it," which could make some sense. The Ignite TP common setup here. You have a lot of mobility on Camille as a kit with the stretchy long legs, but we'll have to see if Anthony's going to be able to win this lane here. Going to be super crucial as this is where a lot of action's been happening.
Absolutely. Right now, we're going to be seeing Avanail going for the stun onto VXH. That's going to be the Ignite coming through, unable to find much more beyond that. And that's just going to be them walking away from that play. VXH is going to be slowly but surely kind of healing up a lot of that damage as this lane state goes on, just with
Yeah.
Seraphine. But now Avanail is looking for the event. They were looking with the event horizon, but now Tete could be in potential trouble. That's going to be a flash coming out. Now Luckify is going to be getting the channel to Q, but VXH is just constantly being dove by Avanail, but now they're throwing it back at him. Will this event horizon be able to save him? The spell shield coming through, quite important. That stun saving Zeno for now. That's gonna be first blood going over to Lady,
Almost
almost
a double.
finding Zeno with that, with the boomerang blade. Wow, that was close.
Yeah, very well played there. Spell Shield just going through the baby cage, like I mentioned in draft. Not quite getting the damage. The Ignite coming out early, and they're not able to stick on him. Ladybugs has Spell Shield and Cleanse, makes things super difficult. VXH has some nice CC to go with their kit when they have their double spell open, or just a slow can be enough with how these compositions want to go. Avenel, super slow once they're off their high horse. So we'll
Right
have to see.
now, ooh, I was gonna say Avanail is looking to go topside. Is gonna be spotted out on this ward. Is unable to shove it into tower. Now Tete is low mana, and Anthony is gonna be looking for this long trade. Is gonna be winning for that. Gets the stun off, but this lane is very unfavorable for Tete here.
Yeah, Anthony's going to be looking for a potential freeze here. They're a little low for that, but they have TP up, and Tete does as well. And with him being so low on mana, it does make things dangerous for him. He's already down 10 CS, doesn't want to be losing anymore or losing his TP advantage here. Although that was a good tongue. A good tongue.
This is gonna be Luckified coming in. He's gonna be spotted out on the ward. Tete is gonna be trying to get out of this play. That's gonna be the knockup. Gonna be stopping the stun for the time being. Tete is gonna be surviving through this. Are they gonna be able to get the kill on Anthony? That's gonna be the massive shield coming in from Tete. The tongue lash giving him a little bit of extra health. Anthony trying to get away from this play. He has no flash. His CCs and his CDs are down. Tete is gonna be getting that pickup, able to turn that around with 2 TPs into this top side. Sorry, 1 TP and 1 juggler coming through to help his squad.
Yeah, like I said, the fundamentals being super important here. It ended up being a 3v2. Nature thought they had the advantage there with the 2v1, but Tete was able to play things out slow enough and force things out. And Phil just rotated, and Pog didn't get the crash that they needed and to rotate here for the counter rotation or let them know in advance. They do have a nice CS lead, but 14 CS for that roam. I don't think is quite worth enough. They either needed to roam earlier and say, screw the wave, I have the lead I need, or get some plates.
Uh-oh, right now VXH is gonna get caught up by the event horizon, but Avanail is not gonna be really committing to this play. Which I think is kind of the smart choice here. You have the cull on, you have the cull and double longsword on the Sivir. She's going to be pumping out a lot of damage, and you only have it. You have a lot of just mana items on Xeno at this point. The only extra damage he has is the Doran's ring, which obviously it does give the 15. Ooh, right now Anthony going to be looking
The
for that play
flash
onto
burst.
Phil. They're going to be just coming in. That's the ignite, burning him alive, and Tibber is just mauling Phil.
Yeah, just mauling him here. Only you could prevent forest fires, and that's not going to be the case here. Ooh, the
Right
frost.
now,
Nature
Luckified
attack.
is just going to be able to just kind of walk at this, take a fair bit of the Raptor camp, because he has Pog nearby, able to effectively bail him out if it goes poorly. But
Yeah.
Rel rotating up, leaving Xeno all by himself, taking some poke from the bot lane of Mythic.
Yeah, being able to take some of that poke, super important. Winning this mid lane here, also really important. Like I said, getting an early lane.
Right now we have the ultimates out of the top side. We have the Devour for Tay. We have the Hextech ultimatum for Anthony. But I think Anthony is going to be on the winning end of that trade, especially with Sheen in the works.
Yeah, with Sheen's in the works, a good power spike for that, but they don't have the necessary vision. They're even in farm right now, obviously down a kill because of that earlier play here, but 400 gold between these two. That's only the first blood difference right now, which is good for them. Oh, just missing on VXH. They didn't walk up like Avenel was predicting and staying safe. They're just going to poke out a
Ooh,
little bit more.
the stomp coming in from Anthony. That's going to be the Devour coming through, and there's going to be
Ooh.
right into the Frostbite, and that's going to be Greg getting the pickup onto Anthony. Like I said before, if you just bait Camille into diving you, that's just an easy pickup, and we're just going to be witnessing that here. Right now, they're going to be trading in a lot of this damage into Avanail, and they're quite low on the end for mana across the board outside of Avanail himself.
Yeah, they are low on mana, which is not particularly good. And with Luckified stuck in the top side, trying to pick up some of this lost farm here, Anthony is losing the counter matchup, right? We thought, or nature thought at least, that this was going to be a breath of fresh air to really set them up for this, but they've just been baiting Anthony to fight here. They're like, well, we know this pick, we know what they want to do. And when a fight's set up, we're just going to make sure Greg's around and we're going to win these fights or get the rotations with Phil.
Yeah, I mean, right now, obviously Phil is going to be at a fair bit of a deficit here in the mid lane, getting killed with Anthony rotating down and Phil having to use his TP to help Tate in the top side. But the kind of seeing how Phil has played some of these past games, I think he's going to still very much have an impact. Was able to find a lot of CC in these past games and really control a lot of these fights and get these picks. So I don't think Phil's out of the count yet.
Yeah, I don't think Phil is out of the count yet. At the very least, his towers are going to be pretty potent once the Mythic's able to secure some of these, which is going to be quite nice for them. Should they be able to get it, a lot of these plates are still up, and not a single one has been taken yet. Gold has exchanged hands, but plates haven't. These structures, the momentum is going to be important. But this first dragon here, the Wind Drake, not the strongest, but it's not very often we've seen nature be able to get a Drake, let alone the first Drake of a game.
So right now, I think that Windrake is going to be very nice in the sense of top lane. Anthony is going to be able to maybe get a little bit more movement away from these tongue lashes.
Slow resist.
Exactly. And I mean, Greg obviously has a fair bit of slows in kit via at VXH. Going to be coming in with a lot of the, not crescendo, I'm forgetting the name of the abilities, but the ones that get the slows. So, I mean, there's a fair bit of... Oh, that's going to be the stream of shuffle right into Greg's waiting arms, and that's going to be another stun. Pog getting quite low. Are they going to be able to get the pickup? Phil's going to be
The
finding it. Will he burn
ignite.
alive? The
Oh.
ignite last tick is going to be wearing off, and they're not going to be finding that kill there. Now Anthony and Tate going at it here on the top side. The Hextech ultimatum coming through. That's going to be suppressed Camille. She's not going to be getting the heal. And right now, Tate is going to be going and getting that pickup against Anthony, licking him all over.
Yeah, Pognometron trying to coconut maul MTC Phil here, but in the end, he played the Uno reverse card. got his team to show up and get the pickup here. The Rift Herald here coming into play here as
Ooh.
well. Not looking good. Xenodrix thought they would have a nice pickup here with the Vigar, but it hasn't been quite what they needed. They haven't been able to get the pickups that they need. They're down a little bit of gold here compared to their enemy laners. So we'll have to see if it's going to stay like this or if it's going to get any better for them at all, as they're down 600 gold.
Well, an important thing to note is that and that they picked Vigar into, like, actively picked a Vigar into a Sivir. So
Yep.
they definitely were of the mind that this pick is going to happen. They had the Rel for the second one, and then they're really going to be reliant on these event horizons being able to trap them in there, and then Evanales being able to follow it up. But the VXH has been probably engaged on the most, but is able to
Well,
just
it's
kind of
because
heal and
cleanse.
sustain through this. Yeah,
Cleanse
and cleanse
forces
and
the engage onto the support, and the enchanter supports spaced correctly, got the poke up they need, and made these engages difficult.
yeah, and so Mythic is just playing the lane exactly how they need to, doing a great job.
Yeah, been doing a great job, and this is what we've been seeing on Mythic
Uh-oh.
throughout
Speaking of that,
with the
right now we're going to
Encore.
be seeing the Encore coming through. That's going to be Flash coming out of Lady Boys, and that's going to be Ignite coming through. Will the wow, the Primal Burst is unable to get the pickup. Pognometron going to be dying in the mid lane, and they're going to be going too hard in the paint. The Ignite coming in from, wow, Anthony. Wow, a lot just happened right there. What a whiplash around the around the rift.
Yeah, were they rushing or were they dragging their verdant?
Absolutely rushing. Absolutely rushing. There's no there's no world in which they were dragging their feet in any
uh,
way, shape, or form.
Thank
So
you, J.K. Simmons, there, getting us a nice double kill for Mythic here. A legendary movie and a quite mythic game here. So we'll have to see if it stacks with that passive here as the finals are happening. This could be a sweep for Mythic here.
yeah, it's definitely not looking great from Nature's Wrath. I think it would be one hell of a story if they were able to crawl their way back through.
Everyone likes an underdog.
Everyone likes the underdog,
But
always.
everyone likes a revenge story too. We got to remember that Nature, I believe, was won all the way through the winners bracket, and that it was Mythic that had to come through and had to fight Nature here. So that would feel really good on their side and make for a great story.
Well, now as we discuss the ethos of this storyline, let's get back into the game. Now we're going to be seeing Anthony coming in against Tay. They're just going to be poking back and forth.
Divine
And
Sunder doing work.
yeah, Divine Sunder, very good item. Who'da thought?
Who would have thunk? Not season 12 Riot.
Oh, Tay getting quite low here. Gonna maybe have to back away, get some of this gray health back. But he does have the Heartsteel, so is going to be able to trade back some of the damage. However, her passive is going to be making it a little bit rough for Tay.
Yeah, having a heart of steel means he's never going to get tired, always going to be up to trade and get these waves under. Has a kill advantage and a CS advantage into BC Anthony, partially because of these rotations here. And getting that level lead too, right? That was an excellent Q coming up, sticking it to the top laner there. A lot of action's been happening here, but we'll have to see if Luckify's Chempuck Chainsword is going to be enough to stop some of the healing that we're seeing out of, Tay. We're going to be seeing out of Greg. That we're going to be seeing out of VXH. And, Ladyboys has a heal with their E.
Yeah, I mean, right now, Luckified is just going to be the certified engage. You can tell by the aftershock that she took here instead of maybe something which you. Not saying it's unconventional rune. I think it's definitely viable, but most often you see it with Conquer when she wants to go for more of like the bruiser fighter and you want to go weave your way in and out of fights. However, if you're going Aftershock, you are just going to say that I am going to be the engage tool. I'm going to be pressing R, point and click on one of the players, and I'm going to be dealing with a lot of damage. I'm hoping I'm going to survive at the end of this, and this Aftershock is going to help me mitigate some of this, but I think that it is a good pickup to get the Chempunk Chainsword. You will have a lot of healing for coming out from VXH and Ladyboy.
Oh no, Verdant, what are we seeing in the top side? Anthony just going in like a madman.
Oh, the Ignite coming through. Will that be able? That's going to be the Hextech Ultimatum. Will he be able to space it out enough? He has the minion in front of him, and that's going to be, Camille, give me that pickup. that minion. Get down, Mr. President. You aren't going to be taking a tongue lash on my watch.
Yeah, just what they need here. Although they're not going to be able to get their second dragon as they're being choked out right now. We'll have to see if it's going to be enough. Anthony's TP is down. They're not going to be
Uh-oh.
able to get this fight in time.
That's going to
Oh,
be the engage coming in, and right now VXH is unable to get the encore off. Now this is just looking to be a troubled scenario, but Phil's going to be getting the Shrima shuffle coming through. Luckified is going to be quite low, but is going to be surviving barely. Greg is on the front line trying to do as much damage as he can, barely surviving through that entire time. The Triumph
oh, the
keeping him
shuffle.
going and alive, and Avenel is going to be walking out of that play. I thought Greg was done for there.
A triumphant fight for the side of Mythic as they were able to get that triple kill
Uh-oh.
and the dragon here. Phil having to flash out for that, but they're still having a nice 3,000 gold lead here. They scale quite nicely, not infinitely like Xeno does, but they don't necessarily need infinite scaling, right, Bird? They've been able to close these games out at a pretty good pace here, and they've been able to create a lot of pressure here as well. Of
Yeah,
course, the early game's been over for a little bit. No towers have fallen like last game, so Nature's had a good change of pace.
yeah. I mean, game one was 35 minutes, and then the last game I believe was around
It was 31 on the dot, or like 1 second from the dot.
for game two. Oh, VXH gonna be able to barely
Outplay button is
space out.
down.
Yeah, he's gonna be getting away from this play. Gonna be throwing back in some of this damage, trying to help Tay out the best he can. Yeah, and Primordial Burst is down, so they're at moment, but it is gonna be up very shortly.
Yeah, no
But
win
now you
button
have
yet.
Avenel coming through. You have three people topside. You have Luckified in the wings. We might be seeing a long fight, but VXH is still quite low. But right now we have Ladyboy's just going to be tearing down the bot tower by herself.
Yeah, that's first turret. That's first turret. We'll have to see if they're going to be able to get in return the Rift Herald. It looks like it's not being fought for right now as 4 people have committed to it. This is a little bit of XP to be losing here, but getting this Rift Herald very good. It's the second one in the game. So no points to take with it, but you can get some nice pressure with it or stop your opponents from getting some pressure. And you can't forget the global gold is always nice to have.
Absolutely. I mean, I just having more objective. Oh, Tay wanted to go for some poke onto Anthony, but now you have Avenel here going to be getting some stuns. Greg going to be coming in from the sidelines, going to be trying to help his team, but you have Luckified coming through, and that heal cut's going to be too brutal. And now they're going to be trying to take down Greg the best that they can, and he is getting CC'd into oblivion, and that shutdown's going to be going over to Luckified.
800 gold going over to Luckified, not committing to the Rift Herald here, as we're seeing Ladyboys do a counter rotation as bot lane is tower is already down. And they're going to be able to take the top tower in return, potentially, should Anthony not be able to stop it here. Hog Mamatron being super low, a lot of pressure. The heat is being turned up, not just by Pog, but by Mythic here as well, not letting them breathe. Nature choking on their CO2.
Yeah, right now an important. Xeno is going to get potentially caught out here by Tay. Going to be going for this long fight. Yeah, he gets that stun. He's going to be getting some of these autos, but now you have Luckified coming in from the sideline. Avenel's going to be there as well. The Event Horizon going to be stopping him from getting away too far. Going to be knocked into the wall. The Primordial Burst coming through, but he's going to be getting that with a shield, flashing away from that play, drawing 3 by himself.
3 cost him some sums, right? He teleported in, had to flash out, but 3 resources and all those ultimates, I think, is worth creating all that pressure in return, making sure your tower's safe, and of course, we're getting some 1v1s and some farm onto our carry here as well. Lady Boys got a nice 30 CS lead. Very nice to see here. They were able to do well into the bot lane as well, but we've seen some major shutdowns go into Nature. They're still down by 3,000 gold. Don't forget that. But they're able to get some setups here, create some pressure of their own. They're going to need to get these waves in the bot side under control and trying to get this mid wave shoved for the next Drake here, as Infernal Soul really does help enable both teams.
An important thing to be looking at here is Greg did give a shutdown over to the 2 AD bruisers for the side of and for the side of Nature's Wrath. And so now they're going to be able to have a lot more of this pick potential, and it's going to be harder for Lady Boys and VXH to really survive through this. Yeah, you do have the point and click ultimate with Luckified being able to just use the unstoppable knockup ultimate from Vi, but then you also have Anthony who has the unstoppable with the Hextech ultimatum. So this is
There
just
we
going to
go.
be. It's kind of sad to see some of that gold going over to those champions for the side of Mythic.
Yeah, certainly sad. The Rift Herald here trying to get some value out of that into the mid lane, forcing a TP out as well. Anthony split pushing here, has the teleport to respond should they want to try and fight for this dragon, but they could also potentially split push here as there's no TP to answer for this, so they're going to get value from Anthony no matter what option they choose.
So right now they're just going to be able to space them out enough, and that's going to be Dragon going over the Glacial Prison
Oh
coming in through. They're going to be picking out Pognometron. Right
no!
now, Avanail is going to be charmed over by his team, going to be silent stun, and it's going to be caught out. Phil's going to be getting the pickup there, and that's going to be there's going to be two people going down on the side of Nature's Wrath, and they're going to be also losing the Dragon. Now they're just going to rotate this immediately into a Baron. That we're 3v5. We aren't going to worry about you. You can keep shoving that top side, Anthony. It's okay.
Someone whip out the drum set because this mid laner is calling for some CC here. And are they going to get this Baron verdant? It's the dive, the smite's up, it's low.
Who's getting it? Okay, that's going to be going over to Greg. Greg's going to be getting that pickup, and they're going to be killing Luckified in the mix of it. Tom's going to be getting the shutdown onto Luckified. Now we're going to be having Anthony potentially coming in from the side. All right. He's going to be backing up. Greg's going to be committing. I want blood. I smell it. Greg's going to be taking a fair bit of damage, and now they're going to be having Tate getting the knock-up here onto Anthony. They're going to be looking for this play. The Hextech ultimatum coming through. Anthony is going to be grabbing VXH. VXH quite low. Going to be spacing it out just enough. Lady Boss is going to be getting that. The Glaive coming through, getting that last pickup. Avanail is trying to get onto VXH, unable to do so. Lady Boys is now on a double kill. Now going to be running after Zeno. Zeno is going to be flashing out. Oh, no, it's not. They're going to be just able to space that out enough. The Glacial...
it's not over!
Tay-Tay's just going to be smelling blood in the water, and Zeno's going to be dying to the burn here. I'm fairly certain that's going to be now Pog by themselves. Going to be the Frostbite coming through. That's going to be Flash of the Wall. That's going to be Greg. Oh, my God. The Blast Code coming through. That's going to be Luckified now all by himself. Going to be flashing away, trying to shove Tay-Tay back under the tower. That's going to be the big shield coming through, getting the stun onto Luckified. Luckified trying to get away. Unable to find any reprise here. That's going to be a rampage for Phil. Wow.
A rampage is an understatement. With that play coming in, the mid lane to the Baron to the top side, the tower dives going into the enemy base when they don't even have the first top side. The Fiesta mode has been unlocked, Verdant. We are going full Fiesta mode.
Everybody, grab your red noses, grab your white makeup. It is a clown fiesta out here.
Clown fiesta. I was gonna say grab the chips and salsa, but you know, some extra makeup there. I can make some for extra big fun there. I got the clown feet already, so we'll have to see how this goes here. We know we're getting close to a 10,000 gold difference here, and with the way the games have been happening, right, it's been about 35 minutes here. Towers have been falling here. Some return towers have been happening. Very important. Objective bounties have been secured, but it's not looking great. Soul is not on the menu for anyone yet. No one's close to Soul Point. Dragon's not going to be coming up for another 2 minutes. But Baron is turning up the heat.
Uh-oh, right now Phil could be in potential trouble here. That's going to be the Shurima shuffle, shoving Anthony back under the tower. Now, will he be able to space out Anthony enough? Able to get away from the stun. Anthony getting the slow. Phil trying to play the best he can, but that Hextech ultimate is going to be picking up Phil and giving the 800 gold shutdown to BC Anthony here.
Yeah, must have been you need to do the Cuban shuffle there. Walk it by yourself, trying to get out, but unfortunately, Anthony was able to get it.
Do you say the Cuban shuffle?
Yeah, the Cuban shuffle.
You mean the Cupid shuffle?
I thought it was the Cuban shuffle.
No, it's the Cupid.
Oh my goodness, I've been saying this since... I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to give out how old I am.
Hold up, wait a minute.
Wait a minute. It doesn't help that the game paused at this particular moment too.
Yeah, so we can just sit and reflect upon just this egregious
error. I didn't say this live on air or anything. No one's going to be able to point this out to me. Oh my goodness. Delete the VOD. Delete the VOD.
Oh no, we won't be able to delete it because this will be saved in eternity because it's a finals match
It's on
for
the
season
blockchain.
14. So this will be definitely on the main channel for Style Esports. Make sure to check them out on YouTube and Twitch, obviously, which you're on right now.
Well, at least it's not forever on the blockchain, as every crypto bro on Earth has told me. Uh,
What a
all right,
takeaway
here. So
here.
let's sit down and digest maybe some of these builds here, Verdant,
Yes.
with how these options have been going here. So where would you like to start with the builds?
Okay. I mean, we'll just start top left and work our way down, and then we can move over to nature's. All right. So top left. Tom having Heartsteel and Sunfire Aegis, I think that's perfectly fine. I think he eventually needs to pick up maybe some MR. I mean, obviously, a lot of the threat potential coming out of Nature's Wrath is just alt 80. You have it with Anthony, and you have it with Luckified. And I think that having a Bramble in there is also very nice because you have a lot of healing with the obviously the Radiant Virtue and also the Ravenous Hydra and the Divine Sunder. So I think that's just a good spicy little tech. So I think Tom's got the right items. Do you agree?
Yeah, I agree. He's going to be able to get some extra wave clear with the Sunfire Aegis, being able to deny some of the healing from Divine Sunderer and Ravenous Hydra on the opposing side, super important. And there's healing elsewhere on the map, right? With what Luckified has been building as well. So I think he's getting quite good value out of this build for sure. And we're seeing a similar thing coming out of Greg as well, as he's taking the targets and getting some burn here with the Jack Show and with the Sunfire Aegis, right? And
Yeah.
absorbing the CC with Merc Treads, right?
I think with the what's the name Rejuvenation Band. Seeing the Rejuvenation Band coming out of Greg here, this implies that he is likely going to be going for a Warmogs, if I had to guess, which I think is
Belt Kindle, and then you can
yeah.
go into your Warmugs from there.
The crystalline bracelet, yeah. So I'm fairly certain that is going to be a Warmogs, which I think Warmogs on Sejuani is going to be very strong, able to just kind of go in, take a lot of the abuse given, and then just back off for I believe it's the 6 to 7 seconds, and then just get a lot of that HP back. So I think it's going to be very strong. Wow!
Tibbers stopping the lash.
Get down,
Oh
Mr. President.
God.
Get down.
Dirty.
But that's gonna be objective bounty coming in from the bot side. That's gonna be Anthony picking up a lot of these side towers all by himself. But now we're gonna be having a death ball here in the top lane. Gonna be responding. You take our tier 1, I'll take your tier 2, and now we're gonna be having a TP coming in from Tay into this bot lane. Gonna be trying to match.
Is the pause here, but it looks like it's gonna be cleaning up. Getting some Krugs as a return. The wave push, super important. Dragons coming up, trying to deny Soul Point. A win condition for sure. Mythic doesn't need it, but they really need it on Nature's side, which forces their hand, makes them, make decisions on how they're going to be spending their wards, how many resources they really have to commit to push mid and bot side. Stronger wave push coming out because of Lady Boys, right? And Phil is able to get some pretty good wave clear as well. Pog has some good ones, but their AoE is much more limited than some of these other champions as well.
Absolutely. Oh, Luckified's going to be spotted out here. They aren't going to be able to cheese out VXH as they've kind of wanted to do in a lot of these fights. VXH has been kind of the target of a lot of these dives. Yeah, so now they're going to be trying to play for this, and we see that Anthony is a little away from the rest of his team, so they're just trying to buy some time for her to come in from the sideline. Now they're going to be just going directly for this dragon, going to be trying to burst this out, but now we have Camille coming in from the sideline. The Encore is going to be missing, going wide, and that's going to be a massive magnetize, and that's just going to be all of them knocked up right into the event horizon, and this is just going terribly. This is going to be a massive Shurima shuffle coming in from Phil. Are they going to be, Greg's going to be taken down, and one of the teammates there, but now it's just Greg and Tay all by themselves. Are the two tanks going to be able to find some kills here? Zeno's going to be able to flash over the wall, get away from this, and Greg, will he be able to get the pickup on Avenel? He will not, and that's going to be Tay going down. Yeah, that CC combo right at the beginning of that fight, absolutely securing that victory. All at the cost of Pog.
Cleanse, they're super good coming out of Ladybugs, but it wasn't enough, right? The spell shield, the cleanse, not enough here. So this dragon's going to be coming up to get it. The CC enabling this fight, and they only need one person here, as they were able to get a full ace here. and they're able to get this mid tower for the objective bounty here, getting some scaling, trying to get back into this. They're only down 3,000. It's getting closer for them, which is exactly what they need, especially with these objective bounties.
Bless you. I think it's important to kind of kind of look at just how important VXH is in fights. You had, and when you had her on Renata Glask, the hostile takeover was very important in a lot of those fights. And with VXH, a lot of these encores have been quite strong, but with that one just completely whiffing wide and not really hitting anybody, they're just able to instantly dive with just kind of no further thought than just kill ladyboys instantly.
Head empty, only dive thoughts.
Yeah, the second you see the disengage tool just gone, 100% head empty. Let's just get in there, and they're able to find that pickup, and then just able to drop the event horizon behind that and just lock it all in.
That being said, Baron's on the table. A split push coming out of Anthony here. They're gonna have to find an answer for here. Anthony's not gonna be able to crack open this space anytime soon, and MGC is able to put a lot of damage into this Baron here. The TP's coming out for fights a brewing.
Fights are going to be a brewing here, and they're going to be trying to push it over for the Baron. And that's going to be a steal going over to Luckified right now. Avenel is going to be diving into the back line. Anthony is going to be trying to get there, but unable to do so. The Hextech Ultimatum going to come through. He's getting a lot of healing, but unable to save him. Ladyboy is going to be getting a double kill here. That's going to be Baron, two of those Baron buffs going down immediately, and that's going to be a 1,000 gold shutdown going over to a Sivir. Oh no!
Oh no! Indeed. Gonna be getting their fourth item here. Xeno doesn't even have their third death cap, not quite on the table, only getting the double rod, which is good, but a little too late at 30 minutes into the game here, with the gold being the way it is. Still 2,000 gold. It's still winnable. Not as likely, but Nature has its work cut out for them. They've been able to win some of these key fights, and we've seen a formula for them to be able to win. VXH not having their kit open like they need to, win condition to win a fight, or just getting them picked off, win condition for that fight, and being able to peel stuff off. If Greg and Tete are the only people left, they're not going to be able to get the kills that they need.
I think an important an important thing to be just looking at here is we now just have Vi just continuing to double down on just a lot of these tank options. Went for the Chempunk Chainsword into the Radiant Virtue, which I think has been a very common build, but then has now followed it up with a Force of Nature. So is just fully right? Committing to just, I am just going to point and click the R button. I don't care what happens to the rest of me. Maybe I walk out of it with the Force of Nature being able to speed me away, but
it's been nice knowing you boys. Leroy Jenkins.
Absolutely. And oh no, Tete is going to be all by himself in the midst of everyone here, and the Hextech Ultimatum going to be just grabbing him. Sorry, not Tete, Anthony. Apologies. And that's just going to be Anthony going down to the entirety of the Mythic squad.
Yeah, 1v5 can't win them all for sure.
No.
Some pushes on the other side of the map coming out of Pog and into the mid lane as well with the rest of their composition. They still have some Baron buffs, but they did lose one on Anthony. Got their ultimate up, but it should be up roughly by the time that they're going to be engaging with anyone, or even if they just wake up in Fountain as well. A dragon coming up in a minute. It's 2-2. Some steals have been happening, so we can't count anything out here. But with the way the vision's set up, it looks like that Nature has some good wards up. They might not be standing strong here as the mid wave is crashing towards their inhibitor tower, which will make it difficult for them to defend that. They do have the bot side wave pushed out, but not for long. It's 40 seconds up. And the advantage right now is going to Mythic with the vision and with the waves. Oh, and no TP out of Anthony either.
Yeah, I was gonna say with Anthony going down, like Anthony's your strongest player by far, and that's the only flank potential you have, like the only confirmed damage you have on Ladyboys or VXH. So with him going down, you just can't set a vision line. You can't shove a lane. Just you can't do anything. You need the threat of the Camille to be on the map. And with her off the map, it's just going to be a little too brutal for them to try to pick it
Yeah.
up. But Tay is going to be getting caught out here. Going to be taking a fair chunk of damage, but then going to be followed up by Ladyboys. That's going to be Tay going in, getting the knock up here onto Pog. And Pog, that's going to be a massive encore coming through. That's going to be Pog going down to the Shurima Shuffle. Right now, Luckify trying to get some of this damage here onto VXH, but unable to do so. Right now, it's just Tay and Xeno going at it here. Avenale's going to be trying to help out his teammate the best he can. But that's just going to be Tay just zoning that all off. But on the top side of the map, you have Anthony going to town on those towers.
And the inhibit looks like, too.
Yeah,
the
going to be
inhibit's
finding
down.
a lot of value there. Tay just... Ooh. Going to be finally going down to the Primordial Burst coming in from Vygar. But now Luckified is going to be stopping the backs. And you still have Camille shoving in that base all by herself. That's going to be her likely killing. Yeah, going to be killing VXH. And now he's unable to get the back off. But Ladyboys is going to be back there by himself. They're going to be going at it. But Ladyboys is going to be getting the rampage against Anthony there in the base. And right now it's just on Xeno all by himself.
They did get a Nexus turret, which is very good for them. Going to have permanent priority onto the top side for the next 4 minutes, which is good for them. They have to commit more sides, more resources in the side of the top lane. Of course, with the split push on the top side, that means that they would have a numbers disadvantage. They were giving up Drake. They were giving up Soul Point for this. So this is very crucial here. Basically, the next 4 minutes will decide this game. A fight will be forced out within Baron by this time, or a split push will happen by this time, or a team fight that ends the game will happen at this point, as towers are able to just fall as quickly with both teams' compositions and how they've been building.
So important thing to note is that I don't think this Baron's going to go down without a... without Anthony joining this fight, because you have no wards on this top side that he can possibly do a sneaky kind of split lane on, and so that Camille's going to be committing into the bot side of the map and then looking for a potential kind of TP play over to the Baron. But
still the split threat, very important to be seeing here. Something you want to have, of course, with Luckified and Xeno being towards the bot side, they're too far away to really challenge this out. And with Tay on the bot side, that does mean that Camille is being stopped here. Anthony has to respond to something here. They backed. We'll have to see if Tay-Tay's TP is going to be committed here. It might be a game of chicken between who teleports in first for these fights.
Yeah, because right now, Tay is going to be shoving in this bot lane, just making it hard for Camille to go for kind of some rat plays here. And we're going to just be having Ladyboys continuously shoving in these lanes. And right now, Tay is going to be walking towards... Oh, no, he's not going to be... Is he going to be walking towards the top side of the map? Because if he starts doing that, that could open up the game here. And kind of give some potential lifeblood that Nature's Wrath desperately needs.
Yes, some blood in the soil, get that extra iron that they need, hearten up, and win these out. We do see a Gargoyles and Anthony going to help them with these fights.
I mean, yeah, you just have a lot of these survival tools. You have the Death Stance already. You have the Maw of Milmortius. But now Tay-Tay and Anthony are going to be going at it. The stun coming through. But he has Conquer, and it's a Camille, so...
a late game Camille.
A late game Camille. So Tom's going to be just trying to ride this out the best he can. He's going to be throwing her back under the tower. She is going to be going for the stun right away, and that's going to be Hextech Ultimatum. And right now, Tay-Tay is going to be trying to survive this best he can, and he's going to be going down to Anthony. Anthony is just going to be merciless here and just killing the catfish.
Killing the catfish. The moth still open here.
Ooh, that is going to be a massive streamer shuffle in. But now Greg is going to be trying to go in on the front line for this play. Xeno is going to be picking up VXH, and that's going to be the Guardian Angel coming through for Ladyboys. The Ladyboys is going to go instantly down to the damage coming in from the TP from Anthony here.
Anthony's split push, getting them in the numbers they needed. They caught out Tay-Tay.
Wow.
They got a TP out of Phil, won that, and then the game, right? they weren't able to do Baron on the side of Mythic here, so very well done here. Just surrendering. You know what? Fair enough. They're on top of
Wow.
it. You're all down for the next 40 seconds, so no point in watching them take out
What
like
a what a
literally hit the Nexus.
what a turnaround!
Yeah,
What a
what a
turnaround!
turnaround.
That was looking quite dire there at the beginning, but able to really bring that back around.
Yeah, and again, top side did the most damage.
Yeah, no surprise there. All right, so Anthony really turned it around from game 2, bringing it back for game 3. Able to do a lot more this game, getting a lot of those kind of rat side pushes as the objectives were going on. So I think that for Mythic, you were doing really well on red side. I think you might just want to go back to red side. Just
Yeah, red
for
side also helped, but they changed the game plan right on Nature's Wrath. They said, "Hey, we're not winning these team fights. We really haven't. The split push is what won them that game. Let's be honest here."
yes, yeah,
So if
100%.
they can get Anthony on a split pusher, they should be fine. Or if they get the split pusher and they just have an answer on the side of Mythic, that could be lights out for them. They only have to win one game. Nature's Wrath can't drop a single game or they lose the finals in this best of 5.
Yeah, right now, obviously the pressure is on, the pressure's on Nature's Wrath to perform. Like you don't have to go anything exciting, anything flashy for Mythic. You can just play it nice, slow, dominant. You don't have to like try some stuff. And for this third game, Nature's Wrath really had to go out and try stuff and like give up a lot of these objectives to be able to secure a lot of these split pushes. And they had to commit a lot more to the top lane to help out Anthony and to kind of really subdue Tay Tay. And Mythic might change up their game plan to really be able to handle that, or they just might switch sides and then just force Anthony to get counter picked here. But we shall see here soon in this draft.
I'll have to see for sure. It's important that your split pusher is doing well if they don't have the goal to split push. That comp does not do as well for sure. You don't get as much value. So, yeah.
All right, don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back with the game 4 draft. This is getting exciting. We're kind of heating up at this point. At first, it was kind of looking a little bit like it could potentially be a clean sweep, but not here, not today. We're going to be seeing a strong return from Nature's Wrath. Don't go away, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back with the game 4. Hello, everyone. We are back for game 4 of this finals. And now we're going to be swapping back to the original sides that we started this set with. And Nature is going to be switching up their bans. They're going to be banning the J4, Scion, and Ash. And for the first round, we aren't going to be seeing the Swain ban anymore.
No Soigné here. We'll have to see if they go with picking it up. They got some nice value out of Phil.
Yeah,
Do you think we'll get a Vygar bot again, or is this just going to be a one-off?
I think we are going to be seeing a potential Vygar or something very safe from the side of Nature on the bot side.
A Ziggs?
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm like, we started out this early, the early portions of this set with a more aggressive bot lane for Nature, but to really no avail, and just they kind of eventually just lost to Ladyboys and the rest of Mythic. So I think the only lifeblood that they had going for them was trying to obviously for last game playing for the top laner, playing for that split push, and I think we're gonna be possibly seeing a more top centric game style, but we're gonna be
There's
picking
the
up
Swain.
Swain here.
It's open.
It's good flex pick. You can obviously play that in the mid lane or in the support option, and also ADC. Yeah, we don't see ADC as often, but it's a very good flexible pick here.
Flexible pick. I highly doubt AD carry. I'm going to be guessing mid lane just because they were to get it. Yeah, and they beat Yon last time, so we know how that matchup goes for Mythic. A winning matchup. For them.
Last time Phil was the one playing Swain, and Pog was playing Yon. So now they're going to be kind of reversing their roles, and Phil's going to be on the Yon, and we're going to be seeing Pog on the Swain, or potentially we could be seeing I'm forgetting sport's name right now. For Nature's what's the support?
The support is VXH or for Mythic.
For Nate, no, the other one. VXH is for
Avenel.
Oh yeah, Avenel. Yeah, as Avenel on potentially Swain, but it looks like this is going to be a Vygar APC again. So I'm not surprised to be seeing that.
Yeah, keep people in the cage, knock them up with the Wukong, suck them out with the Swain. Seems like a pretty good strategy if they're going for some sort of pick or fight composition.
And right now, we Yon could top, and this could be Annie mid. So like there is a little bit of flex here, but
or Annie support. We've seen that a number of times.
Yes.
Gragas here, a lot of flexibility coming out of Mythic.
Wow.
They will have to commit to some build at some point, but a lot of AP damage here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Yon even doing a little teensy bit of AP himself.
A crumb of AP, man. A crumb.
A whole crumb of AP coming in from Yon. I think that's what it says in the patch notes. I'm fairly
you never
certain.
know what Riot puts in there. Sometimes they put in some cringe or weird stuff.
Yeah. I remember when they put in like Nyla into patch notes. It's just like, what are you doing? This champion is crazy. All these banned elements that you had from the game into one champion. It's wild. But now we're going to be seeing a lot of these tanks taken away from Mythic. Going to be banning out the Tom. Going to be banning out the Sejuani. Not surprised to be seeing those taken away.
The Olaf, also banned. No one's getting Ragnaroked as well. So he kind of just screws up teams. So it really makes a whole lot of sense.
No apologies for Party Rockin' out here today.
No, for sure. Especially when he goes into full frat mode.
Yeah. With the classic Broloff. All right, this is going to be Sivir here in the bot lane. I am now going to be assuming that this is the Annie as the support for that, and that's going to be Yon in the bot lane. This is just going to be Vygar Rel again.
Oh.
But now, Gragas could be top or jungle. But I think they probably saved counter pick for top. But
yeah. That's fairly likely. Let's think about the junglers that Greg has played. Is it like Sejuani or Poppy or any of those champions? That's a choice.
Am I about to cheer for Nature's Wrath 100% wholeheartedly with every fiber of my being because they're about to pick Gangplank?
He's a simp. He's a simp for them barrels.
Oh yeah. He's
bilge watering over Gangplank.
Those lusty barrels really get me going, So right now.
So how about those Gangplank nerfs? How do you feel about those?
Not good.
Well,
Feels definitely
for
quite
anyone who's
bad.
not up to the patch notes, what were the Gangplank nerfs?
Okay, so Trial of Fire was reduced for the damage total amount on that was reduced overall, and then barrels are now revealed to the opposing team, where then it shows the amount of barrels you have left, and then it increased the cooldown timers because it scaled from 18 down to 14 as you got on through the levels, and now it just stays at 18 strictly through every level. So feels quite bad.
This
But
is a Gnar pick.
this is going to be a Gnar 5th pick here for Mythic. So there's
Gnarly, dude.
there's gonna be Greggy Boy in the jungle.
Yeah. Oh, Greggy boy, the kegs, they're rolling.
So right now, looking at these comps, who do you think? Who do you think's got this advantage?
All right. So let's think about this. Annie Siver bot side is an interesting pick into Vigarel. We saw this Vigarel turn out quite well for them, the Enchanter support. So Mythic is on the more aggressive side, which they've been able to execute fairly well. Gragas is going to be able to enable a lot of these team members as well. And Gnar, I think, does like decently into Gangplank, right? You've got the auto attack range for the barrels. The auto attack isn't super slow for it. Although post 6, or once you hit 6, it's not quite as strong, right? Because you can cleanse the stun once you're against the wall. That being said, Nature has some really good setup here, right? With the Wukong and Gangplank scalability and Vigar scalability is quite potent. I think they really need the game to last long enough for this to happen. And it's going to be a lot of reliance on Anthony to perform. We've seen Anthony do well. We've also seen Anthony not do quite as much as I think they would need to out of a Gangplank pick. So I feel like the mental is going to be very important. Just being able to channel your Bilgewater prowess.
It's a fair way of looking at that. The one Gnar is a definitely tough matchup for Gangplank. Because as you aforementioned, you have the range, which then you can contest the barrels from a safer range. But then when you do hit that 6 spike, it's trying to get out of the stun from from Gnar throwing you into the wall. However, if you mistime it, you only you can't cleanse the airborne proc of him throwing you into the wall.
Yeah.
So it's just trying to time it to make sure you can get it post through the wall. But then if he gets you into the wall, it guarantees the follow-up of the W stun. So he just has a lot of lockdown that Gangplank can't really avoid despite having the cleanse.
Yeah. And like Gangplank's earlier levels, it's like not too bad, right? With his Q being able to harass stuff, but Gnar's is, also pretty decent here, and he gets some heals with his rage going off once he transforms and goes back and forth, of course. But if Gangplank can't get these barrels off or some of the damage as well, he's really, really farm dependent. And if Gnar even slows that down a little bit, he's got the stronger mid game spike, right?
Yeah. I mean, Gangplank having the Essence Reaver Navori option, being very, very strong in itself. However, with barrels being increased for the cooldown timers, it makes it so that he can't obviously spam them out as much as possible and really peel.
And
you
Navori
lose
is getting
25%. Yeah, I'm like, you lose 25% of the peel. I think that you would usually have with Gangplank. So
yeah. And not to mention, Gnar can also build Divine Sunder, and we just saw what that item does.
Yeah. I mean, you could also, there's still an option to go Trinity Force, and then you could just run him down the entire length of the lane, and GP can't get away from that.
Or just split the game.
Yeah. Yep.
Not that Gnar necessarily needs to. I don't think the composition wants him to split. It's an option, right? It's on the table.
Yep. Absolutely. I mean, Tay has definitely enjoyed his fair share of fighting throughout
really fighting in the top side, fighting in the top side in this final. No way.
Yeah, it's been a brutal scrum this entire time. So
it's been what, a 3-hour scrum at this point.
Yeah.
thank you for any of you guys still watching from the very beginning. Do we have any of you in chat who've been here the whole time?
The whole time. It's okay. It's okay if
Sounded-
you haven't.
Sounded like dropout right there. I've been here the whole time. Yeah. All right.
We've been pretty steady. We've been pretty steady with at least 16 to like 30 viewers. So.
All right. Well, as we wait for the spectator delay to wind down, we're gonna be right back. Don't go away. We'll see you very shortly on the Rift.
Hello, everyone. We are back after this break, and we're getting into Game 4. We are now back with Nature's Wrath back on the bot side of the map, and we're going to be having Mythic on the top side. And right now we're going to be seeing them go for a potential invade here. And right now they might be catching out Tay. Tay is running for his life with his little Yordle legs. Going to be getting the boomerang, going to be slowing them down a lot.
Hey, it's Team Boomerang here with both Gnar and Sivir on their team. So they're going to come back and catch this third game, I think. Or at least that's what Mythic wants.
Yeah. At this point, I think that it's going to be a this is going to be a scrappy game, because right now we're going to be seeing Nature's Wrath going to be going for a lot more late game elements, obviously with the Gnar, with the Swain Infinite scaling, but then you also have the GP here in the top lane to be able to play for a lot of this late game. And I think Luckified, if he's able to find a lot of early kills, could enable this late game.
Yeah, he certainly could enable this late game as well. It looks like we're seeing a spot side start out of both teams here. We expected more fighting out of the top side, just like this is how all the games have been playing right now, right? And both of these top laners pretty volatile. Of course, the advantage going over to Tete, just because of their pick there, which is going to be super nice for them. We'll have to see if any gank comes out here.
So do we see any like interesting summoners? Oh, that's going to be an Avanel going in on the VXH and going to be getting in a lot of poke here. And VXH is going to be going down to half health, having to start chugging on that potion.
I mean, there's 5 TPs this game. Like, that's going to be interesting to see how that all gets utilized here. Farm, obviously important, has enabled a lot of these gold advantages that we've been seeing throughout the game, the XP as well, and being able to prevent some of that. But it means more farming, less fighting in general. Although
VXH going to have to flash away from Avanel. Avanel is going to be getting quite low themselves and pushed off this play. But now VXH in potential trouble
Stuns
if
up.
Avanel wants to shove in.
Yeah, stuns up. They're going to be able to poke things out just fine. But Xeno also being a Yordle who can use its tiny legs to walk away here. Ooh.
Good timing.
Barrel.
Yeah, going to be giving away a lot of gold over to Tay with these barrels.
Yep, that's for sure. VXH here, just doing a nice little some bush pressure here. Ready to stun should things go in. Greg trying to get some invade here. Both even in farm here. Some nice clean rinses here. That being said, the full bot side being clear, top side, or jungle entirely, I should even say, for Lockify being cleared here. But Greg still has his camp up here on Krugs.
So right now, Wukong is slightly ahead. He's going to be, because Greg was looking for a potential invade or gank throughout the vision. Now Wukong is just going to be picking up the top side scuttler. So Greg is behind for clear speed, and yeah, they're not going to be finding anything here on the top. But now Greg is going to be rotating over. You're going to be having Tay kind of push in, and now Luckify is going to be staying. But now Avanel is going to be shoving in, going for a VXH, and that's going to be the Ignite, helping burn him alive. But Xeno is going to be getting the pickup here on the bot side of the map.
Yeah, everyone's favorite laugh here coming out of Xeno, the Yordle laugh, getting the first blood there, the Ignite, the setup, some of those earlier fights helping that out here. But another more blood might be spilling here. Tete's dangerously low.
Tay is low, but if he does get ultimate form, and if he does get Mega Gnar here, he will get a little bit of health back.
Yeah, as we're seeing here, he one big angry boy kind of needs to get this wave under though, Verdant, right?
I mean, with Mega Gnar, you do get a lot more AoE ability, so that at least will help him to shove out this lane. GP, going to have to commit the TP here to be able to play against him. Ooh. This is going to be just missing with onto Pog there with that stun. But now VXH is going to be coming in from the sidelines, get the point click stun, and now going to be a lot of damage coming into Pog. Pog's going to be able to get away from this, and now Greg is in trouble. And that's going to be the Event Horizon coming through. That TP coming in from Xeno, massive. And that's going to be a flash out from Phil.
Nature has naturally adapted into the fourth game, coming out strong with 1,000 gold lead sitting at 5 minutes and 2 kills, Verdant. Can they get this early Drake here? Lady Boys, of course, did a nice punish here with the rotation that Xeno got. They ended up getting a kill, but cost them their flash and teleport. But Lady Boys got a nice shove in here, so they have advantage in the gold department, or I should say the CS department, as the 2 kills will certainly make up the gold differential of like 4 minions.
I mean, right now it's going to be obviously going over to the side of nature, and they're doing a very good job, as you said, adapting to this game plan. They're going to be playing for the top side. They know that Tete is going to be shoving in here. They're going to be trying to play back against him, and then they're going to be rotating over to mid. Phil now going to be going all in. He's going to be getting the demonic flare, and that's going to be enough to save him in this fight. Now Greg is going to be caught out again. Will he be able to get under his tower? No, he's going to get pulled back. That's going to be a double kill going over to Pog.
Oh, yeah, no assist coming here out of Anthony despite committing the ultimate there. But Tete taking some harass, getting some heal from there. The ultimate
Ooh.
not coming in. Some nice quick footwork coming out of Anthony here. Oh no.
VXH is going to be in trouble. Avenel is going to be going onto him. The Ignite coming through. Burning. Oh, not going to be burning alive. Xeno is going to be getting it with that last Ladyboys. Trying to trade back some of this damage. Avenel is going to be using the spell shield and getting it away from this fight.
Yeah, Rel Vigar is the combination nation, able to get 3 kills so far, 3 of the 5, extending Nature's lead.
Right now, Phil is just going to be trying to trade in, but now they've rotated up again, and Phil is just going to be constantly harassed and harried in this mid lane.
Anthony
Now,
getting
Tete. Yeah, Tete is just going to get that kill on Anthony. Just going and Gangplank kind of overcommitting himself and just getting solo bowled in the top lane here. Just being able to very easily get spaced out by Fleet Footwork.
Yeah, Fleet Footwork still had the flash to try and do it. Of course, Tete also had it, but was a little low. Scurvy, maybe perhaps killed them there, or maybe some greed there as well. Just needed to eat some oranges to keep that HP up or avoid some CC. Although, been playing it pretty well. Disadvantage, even in farm for the most part, right?
Yeah. I mean, at this point, he did want to go for the cloak of agility over the Caulfield's Warhammer.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's an interesting pickup, but I think that's fair. It's probably because of what his money basically allowed him to grab at that time.
Yeah, that's what I'm assuming as well. And don't forget about the refill here. Also going to help him just sustain a little bit more. Tete has some natural sustain. This is going to give him a little bit more. That's not going to cost him the resource that is mana.
Right now, they're kind of just prepping for Phil to be potentially Dove again. VXH going to be sitting on the sidelines, going to be potentially having his teammate, but Greg and Anthony, are not going to be getting into a kerfuffle here.
Yeah, and with this gold advantage, it looks like we're getting 2 Rod of Ages. So getting that a little bit earlier means you're going to get those stacks earlier, and you're going to get the benefits of a scaling Mythic sooner.
Yeah, I mean, if they with how fed Vigar is, they have a tier that's obviously stacking. Like Vigar is going to be just massive this game.
Yeah, they're 300 gold short of 4K, which is about what they would need for a Mythic here, being they have boots.
Right now, you're looking at a Rel who has played Steel Caps.
Oh yeah,
I think it's going to be extremely hard for Lady Boys to kill her in this early game.
Lady Boys and Phil. Of course, you have some magic damage, but you also need some auto attacks to build up your damage from your snapback. That is your E.
Oh, VXH might have a potential stun here. Going to be hiding in that bot lane long brush. Going and might be trying to bait out Xeno here, but Xeno going to be kind of playing it nice and carefully. Going to be spotting him on a ward, placing it in there, just kind of suspecting something is up.
Yep, this is an anti-cheese zone, so no Wisconsinites here in the bot side. The way I like it. The way I like it. Hey, you have your Gangplank.
Yeah, I do have my Gangplank.
He's got a CS lead too. You can only get so thirsty here. Drink up.
Yes. Tasty.
Oh, what is the stream divulged to? 3,000 gold lead is approaching here out of nature which is quite good nonetheless. The early game is coming to a close here. They did end up getting the early dragon here as well. They also have the Rift Herald here, going to be able to get some earlier tower plates once that Pog is going to be committing to this. They don't necessarily want to take this mid tower, as Ionia will be able to farm a little bit easier and can be a potent anti-dive tool or a dive tool for their team as well. So we'll have to see where they end up committing it. But with Pog having it, they might just try and get some earlier plates for that gold here. And they have their row with 1 stack already.
So you pointed out, what does the stream devolve to? Keep in mind, at least this was not like Dota. I think it was like TI4, where it was a best of 5, and one of the games went to 3.5 hours.
Oh yeah.
So at least we don't have to deal with that. So mild upsides, obviously.
Knock on wood. Don't you dare jinx it. I know she's not in this game, but
don't you powder it?
Yeah, don't you powder it.
So right now we have both the Roas. They're going to be stacking as aforementioned. But right now, Greg wants to go for a potential lane gank, but might get spotted out by this ward here in the middle brush.
Also,
yeah.
Tay isn't going for Divine Sender here.
Yeah, he's going to be going for the Trinity Force.
Yep, the Trinity Force. Of course, you do not build this way with what's it called again? Heartbound Axe. Yeah, I know this is what it is, right? And I was second guessing myself. The Heartbound Axe. It's going to be building into a Trinity split push. Could be what they need, or just the movement speed to walk down Anthony as well. Super important. Potential dive. It's a little dangerous diving a gangplank. So especially with this wave, that means Greg is going to be a little bit more behind here, as they're already down a decent amount of farm. They don't have anybody to secure these objectives, and they've died twice versus the 2 assists that Luckified has had.
So right now, I think it's important. Like, the only way that you can kind of dive that gangplank is getting the explosive cask and throwing him away from his tower. Otherwise, if you try to dive him under that tower, that's just going to be a brutal. That's just going to be a brutal disaster that almost near often and like kills one of your teammates.
Yeah, and if you launch him the wrong way, oh boy, you're going to hear that in the comms.
Yeah. It's a radial skill shot, and you need to be quite careful with that right now. Pog is going to be going, and Phil's just going to be going all in onto Pog, but that's going to be a flash away. And, it's going to be the double flash, but Pog going to be getting that pickup there. Wow. That matching flash or flash.
Kills you back, Yone.
Uh-oh. Anthony's in trouble. Slammed into the wall. Going to be going down.
No casket required, Verdon. Too biased towards a gangplank here.
In the arms of the angels, gone away.
Nard away.
Oh, jeez. What the hell? That's going to be Essence Reaver over, coming out onto Gangplank. A little bit, definitely a little bit on the later side of things, because now we have the Triforce onto Gnar here. Oh, he's going to be stopping the back from Pog. Pog could be in potential trouble. That's going to be the hop through, and Tay is going to be getting this massive shutdown. That's going to be a lot of lifeblood that they definitely needed on the side of Mythic.
Yeah, it turns out Gnar's really good at hopscotch, able to jump over you, play the leapfrog game, and get the kill there, right? Pog was pretty strong there, giving a shutdown of 400 gold, so 700 total towards Tay. Able to get this out, and Tay has 3 kills, right? He's quite large at this point in the game with 106 farm. No towers have fallen into this early game. 2,000 gold lead coming to the side of nature, which is what they want here. They are definitely a scaling team with Zeno and Anthony's pick here. Going to get a lot of value here. But if they aren't going to be able to scale here, this mid game is going to be difficult for them, as we're seeing Anthony get run down because of this Trinity Force.
Yeah, that's going to, obviously that build is just going to pay massive dividends, and you just can't get away from Gnar. He gets the speed up with the fleet footwork. He gets also the slows with the boomerang, and if he gets the triple proc, he gets more movement speed. So he is just a bundle of movement speed that GP cannot get away from.
Yep, that seems to be the case. He's down quite a bit of gold, down roughly 2,000, just a little bit shy, 1,700, I believe, is if I done my math right. A lot of the gold advantage that's been accrued has been through Pog and through Xeno here. So if these champions go down, this will change their fights as the gold advantage will effectively flip.
Ooh, right now, Avenel is going to be kind of poked out and run down a little bit by Ladyboys, but that plated steel cap's really shining here and not going to be dying to that fight. Pog now in potential trouble. Greg's coming in from the sidelines. The demonic flare coming through, trying to shove him under the tower, unable to get there with the explosive cask, and Phil is in trouble. Able to get away from that, able to get away from the pull, but Pog just able to just live through all of this with the Rylai's, just making this a brutal turnaround of a fight. Uh-oh.
Yep.
Phil's having to flash out here.
Yeah,
not flash out, dash out, but...
Yeah, the ultimate being committed there. A longer cooldown for sure, but, you know, when you have a nice lead here with your mid laner, you can take some of these riskier plays, and they could potentially pay out. Ooh, the barrel's not quite lining up here. But nonetheless, we're still getting some pressure here to the top side, getting some good wave clear here, trying to get some money here as well onto Anthony, who's just going to be able to help here. Needs that extra cloak, right, for his damage to be set up. Not quite as strong as he once was, but still a strong top laner.
Absolutely. I mean, right now they're going to be going for the Rift Herald. This is a fairly... Like, we haven't seen, obviously, too many kills ever since kind of this early game where there was just kind of kills galore, and then we had, like, 2 trickled through that went over to the Mythic side, but all these objectives have gone over to Nature's Wrath.
Yeah, a lot of kills for sure. All of the kills are on Tay-Tay, who's been a beast all of these games, right? So we know they can use this gold. But Mythic has to utilize the gold advantage that they have, the gold that's on him that's accrued. And if they can't, Mythic could be taking us to a game 5, which is really, really a good boost for Natures here, as we're on game 4 in this best of 5 into the finals, setting up for the Dragon Soul Point in 20 seconds. TPs are up for Pog, so they're able to take this back and TP in if they want to. Of course, there is some side lane gaming come here into the top side. Both of these laners have their TP here, but BC Anthony will lose a lot as the wave is crashing in here. So Nature's got to play this carefully. They don't have the numbers quite yet burdened.
Right now, Avenel just wanted to go in for vision, was kind of playing that little do-si-do there with the scrying lens. But now we have Pognometron coming in from the sidelines. If he's able to activate the demonic flare with the Rylai's, that could spell the potential disaster for the side of Mythic.
Yeah, big choke points in the river here. Some big AoE spells here. That cage, look at how much room that takes, how much room that gives them as well. But they don't have the numbers yet. Anthony's still topside.
Oh, Tay-Tay's going to be getting the ultimate. That's going to be a flash pushing it back into the team. Now they're going to be trying to go in on Avignale, but they're unable to get the pickup. And right now, Pog is just going to be kind of sucking that entire team off. And he's going to be getting the double kill. Tay-Tay's going to be getting the pickup onto the Vigard, going to be getting the shutdown. But now the shutdown is going to be given back over to Luckified, getting a double kill himself. And that's going to be a near ace for the side of Nature's Wrath. Apologies.
Yeah, for Nature's Wrath. And that whole time, they didn't have the numbers advantage, right? A massive setup by Tay-Tay, shoving people into them. But in the end, it looks like they weren't the victors here. But Avel getting caught out here.
Oh, Rel not caught in that.
Rel is getting caught in there as well, making it so that they also die here. The third Drake coming in for Nature's Wrath. They're not going to be able to steal it anytime soon, as their smite is into the mid lane. Towers have fallen. Waves have been shoved. This is 6,000 gold burn. At 20 minutes, 3 dragons. They've been stacked awfully fast here. And some of these monstrous late game pushers, like Xeno, has 3 kills right now, right? They're getting close to this second item here. The tiers basically fully stacked at this point. So once they get this built, they get this turret, they'll have enough gold for sure to finish this up with the combination cost. And that'll be an awesome 2-item power spike for Xeno.
So right now, an important thing to be looking at is that in both of these games, like Swain was picked first, and then they picked Yon into it, and for both sides, it didn't matter the player. Just Swain has been just taking each of these Yons to church, so I don't think we're going to be seeing Yon being insta picked into a Swain anymore. I think that it's going to be a little bit of the change up for this for the potential next game here if it goes to another one. But right now, it's
Yep.
definitely looking to be dominant for the side of Nature's Wrath at the moment.
Yeah, very dominant for sure. We hit the Navoris on Anthony. Very big indeed. Xeno hasn't gotten this back that I've
Uh-oh.
been building up. Ooh, Tay, are you getting caught out here, Verdant? Or is he getting caught out?
I think he's fine. He's able to space it out, unable to get the barrel timing. Anthony is level 13, so he should have been able to kind of get the one-parter barrel to get
Ooh,
that.
700 damage from that barrel.
Yeah.
Despite the nerfs at 2 items. The spell shield coming out of Ladybug's not quite able to get the tower unless the minions can finish it off. They're able to finish it off here, able to walk away as well. Good for Mythic getting that tower there as well as they have objective bounties here. It's been normally the other way around. We'll have to see how nature uses their advantage right now. Baron is up for the taking at 22 minutes. They have the pressure in the mid lane. They don't quite have it in the top side. And they have a split push. Who's going to be able to wave clear and potentially get this tower here as well. Tay-Tay's going to have to answer it because this tower is dangerously low. No TP's up to respond unless Tay-Tay does it right now.
So right now in chat, someone's saying it looks like Silver Scrapes. It honestly, it's kind of feeling like it right now. And Tay is going to be not getting that barrel timing, but then he's going to be building up the rage quite quickly. He's going to be getting the healing from that. Going to be potentially jumping in, trying to throw the boulder at him. Ooh, going to be dodging away from the second boulder coming through. Is Tay going to be able to find this? But you're jumping in blind, but that's going to be a slam into the tower. The flash not able to save Anthony, and he's going to be just falling down there. Now you can get a TP to base, and then Tay could just teleport into this fight, but VXH is going to be quite low here, and they probably have to get away. You have Luckified going in. Greg is going to be using the stopwatch, dashing through. Going to be saving his life here, and going to be kind of spacing him out. Now they might go for a potential pinch. You do have Anthony, who's down himself, but Pog is going to be getting Greg here, and VXH is going to be falling to Abanail, and Phil trying to dive the backline, but Ladyboy is able to pick up Avanail himself, but none of the carries are down for the side of Nature's Wrath, and this is quite big. Pog is in potential trouble. Ladyboy is going to be throwing in a lot of this damage. Pog is going to be using the stopwatch. Is he able to get out? No, that's going to be a massive shutdown going over to Phil. Phil is going to be potentially... No, he's going to be giving up that play. Wow, that really big turnaround for Mythic. Going to be giving them a little bit of lifeblood. They absolutely needed to get back into this.
The gold difference is shrinking. Verdant 3,400 here. I think what really happened here is Tay won that bot side skirmish, right? Of course, the tower went down, but they were able to get a nice back, accrue that gold that they got from the kill, any of the minions or anything else that they were able to get from the barrels, and TP in here. And they're able to utilize the numbers advantage that they had from there. Get some nice picks there. Of course, some big name champions ended up living, but the kills they were able to get very important here as well.
So right now we're going to be coming in for a soul point for Dragon. You're going to be poking out Avanail. Xeno is down to kind of a little over half health, about 55% health, and they might be trying to go. No, they're going to just be pretending to be back in here. But everyone's going to be raring up and getting ready for this potential dragon. But GP is on the far side of the map. He does have TP up. But will it be fast enough to save his teammates? He obviously does have.
He doesn't
have fire at will also as well. He's going to be up shortly, but not yet.
Poor Will there. He hasn't been opting for these pushes, but he's not on the wave right now.
Right now, that's going to be, yeah, that's just going to be Anthony just running down that to bot lane, not even going to go for the TP. Tete is going to be diving into the back line. Greg is going to be picking up Abbatrombone. Right now, Luckified is going to be in trouble. He's going to be picked up. Now Pog is all by himself. Stopwatch in the midst of all these enemies is going to be picked up by Phil. And now it's Anthony and Zeno. I don't think they'll be able to stop this dragon unless Anthony is going to be landing some of these barrels. Can he get a triple? Nope, he's unable to land that. Right now, Phil is going to be pinching into them. They're going to be doing a lot of damage to Phil. Phil is going to be falling immediately, burst out into oblivion.
No barrels landing here, getting out safely, denying the soul. Very important here. The
That's going to be flashing from VXH, and that's going to be him paying for that with his life. Tate is going to be shoving in the mid lane, and that's going to be getting that tower. Avenel, oh no, this is potentially trouble. That's going to be Event Horizon getting the grab onto that, and that's going to be a big shutdown going over to Zeno.
Yeah, when you get super angry, you tend to become a little bit larger in this case, so you're going to be getting clipped by that cage there and dying there with such low HP here. You know, getting a Baron rather than a Dragon, always good. No permanent buff, but this could be what they need to end this, especially if they're getting Greg there. No smite to be had here. It's not like Tay-Tay's playing a Cho'Gath and is alive by that matter, just be able to feast amongst this Baron. Collecting it for their team. No one's dead. Everyone's going to be habit. And we know what this team can do with a nice split push with the top side or any other lane here. I'm loving the fact that Phil is getting a nice push to the bot side, making things a little bit more difficult to push things out there. We're seeing the Mythic also push things into the mid lane, preventing that. Of course, they don't have every wave pushed out as the top side is getting pushed here. But Anthony really has to respect it. Quite blind here. Has been caught out a couple of times now. We have entered the more late game stages here, and we have Zeno and Anthony here. Anthony, do you think they have the gold on their big carries here to close things out? Or with how some of these fights have been closing out, do you think that Mythic can still eke out some fights here?
They should be able to 100% finish out this game at this point. You have level 16 on both Pog and on Zeno. You have almost level 16 on Anthony. You have just massive damage coming through. And then you have Luckified, who also is at like a fairly high level himself. And so like you have the dive potential for the team. You can just play behind so much peel. Like you obviously can't play into the barrels at this moment. You can't play into the Demon Flare coming out of Pog. You cannot play into this Event Horizon. So it is just an absolute nightmare for the side of Mythic. And with the gold lead that they do have had, they should be able to kind of start getting to wrapping this up. I think for next Dragon, you just got to take it a little bit slower. I mean, hey, you got 2 minutes. Maybe when it's about minute 30, you really start locking down this vision, getting ready. Obviously both teams have been playing for a little bit of bush cheese here and there, but then they've been kind of sniffing each other out in a lot of these. So I don't think they will be able to find that necessarily, but I think that they should be able to win this next drag fight.
Oh, yeah, I would certainly agree here. They've been able to get a lot of stacks. They've been able to get the gold that they need. They've been able to accrue the advantages here. And Anthony's been getting some value as well. They haven't been winning necessarily the 1v1s, but they've been getting pressure, which is exactly what they needed here. Okay, so with this siege coming up into the top side, they have the wave clear here and the picks.
Going into the tower, and that's going to be Lady Boys almost getting demolished, but
14K.
Yeah, that's bye-bye.
Or 1.4. Sorry, not 14. 1.4.
Yeah, that's going to be VXH going to be immediately demolished, and Greg's going to be throwing them into the tower. That's going to be them grabbing Zeno, going to get the shutdown over to Phil, but now Pog is just too healthy, and the vision of the Empire is going to be forcing them back into base. Now going to be sitting with the stopwatch. That's going to be them picking up Tay-Tay. Tay-Tay's down. Luckified quite low, going to be falling to the tower, but now it's Pog, Avenel, and Anthony all together. Will they be able to stop them? That's going to be Phil picking up, and Anthony. It's going to be shielding coming through, but Avenel is going to be picking up Phil. Now it's Pog all by himself. Is he able to get away from Ladyboys? Ladyboys is unable to chase him. It's going to be going for a lot of wave clear.
A noble base defense here, not quite enough as a Nexus tower went down, and you really need two to play under them, and they are significantly weaker than your outermost towers. So dangerous games to be had by here. One more big team fight here, and Dragon's gonna force that out. If Mythic gets caught out, that's the game for them. They can't get caught out one time, otherwise it's gonna be GG, as their base is quite vulnerable right now.
So right now they're going to be setting up the vision line for this dragon. But depending on how this goes, this could spell disaster if this goes over to the side of Nature's. They're going to be having the TP coming in. Right now, Xeno and that Pog just going to be pushing them off of this altogether. They're going to be going all in onto Xeno, picking them up immediately. Now Pog's in there, but Pog is just going to be bursting through a lot of these the backline, getting these shutdowns, and Pog just an unstoppable juggernaut. Getting a triple kill here. Yeah, that's just... Yeah.
The Sook! The Sook!
Just... Swain is just too unbelievably big at this point, and now it is just up to Tay all by himself, and I do not foresee him being able to 1v5. Has done some miraculous things this set, but I do not see a 1v5 in the making.
Never count Tay out, but I would agree here. He was able to get a lot, but not quite enough here. Some good kiting, don't get me wrong.
Absolutely, yeah. But going to be jumping into the team, going to be cramming them all into the inhibitor. Going to get a lot of stuff done CC wise, but VXH unable to really help his teammate out. Unable to do a lot of burst at this point in the game. Just kind of died a lot.
Yeah, even with the chains.
Uh-oh. Greg's in trouble. Greg's going down immediately. Just blown up. VXH going to be slowly whittled down, going to be dying, but that's going to be shut down, going over to Ladyboys, but that's going to be them just completely focusing tower, and that's going to be the game.
It's 2-2, folks. 2-2.
2-2?
Nature.
Let's get that hype.
You know what? To game 5. Game 5.
We don't even need this post-game analysis at all. We're just going to keep you in suspense for the draft of game 5. So don't go away. We will be back with game 5 of this finals.
All right. We are now coming in to this final game. It's 0-0. Best of one.
Effective.
Nothing matters except for this victory to live on in the annals of time. And we are going to be having Mythic on the red side and Nature again on the blue side. We have seen that in the majority of this set, and we're going to continue to see it now.
Swain banned yet again. Here we'll have to see what the return here is. Maybe this is the game Yone works this time. Maybe this time. Maybe this time.
Maybe this time.
It hasn't been getting a whole lot of value at this best of 5 if you haven't been here for the whole set. But we'll have to see if Mythic is going to be winning this final series, getting the revenge versus Nature, or if Nature here is going to get the reverse sweep here as Mythic took the first 2 games.
That's Frank Draven.
No, guys, I was joking. Okay. So before we were getting ready as proud, I was joking for a 100 kill game here, and they said first pick Draven. I guess this is
We're
what
going the
getting.
distance.
We
are
are
going
the
the distance.
distance.
You're going
for speed.
She's all alone. Actually, we can't go on further because there's DMCA. Thank you, Cake, for that amazing song. However, we are now going to get the Rel pickup. We're going to be seeing the Rel Bygar lane as we've seen throughout the kind of this latter half of the set. We're going to be seeing it yet again for the side of Nature's Wrath.
Oh, yeah, it's been working really well here. We'll have to see
old reliable out here.
Good old reliable here. Pull up the SpongeBob meme, right?
Exactly.
Blitzcrank Draven, though, different from what we've been seeing here. Some like scaling champions like Sivir, we've seen a lot. We've seen Jinx. We've seen other champions of that nature here. Draven is not that. Draven is not that at all.
I was gonna say before, it's just nice, easy, kind of a little bit of a mamby-pamby bot lane where we're just taking her nice and easy. But now,
Go to call, right away.
Blood's in the water, and it's chum time.
And we're going to be seeing a very aggressive bot lane with the Draven Blitzcrank wanting to go for these kills and securing them. And we're going to be picking Wukong, and Wukong is going to be bringing a lot more aggression to the jungle. And we might not be seeing the Vi with the Aftershock this time. We might be seeing something different.
Yeah, we'll have to see if they go the full like lethality build or what. There's a potential for them to go mid technically too, but I would expect Vi in the jungle, just with how this is going. But this might just be a blood for the blood gods game, right? Like Draven, Wukong, Vi, all of these champions are hunting.
I think, Malphite. I think is a good ban here. Like, obviously, we haven't seen a Malphite this entire set.
Oh.
However, if you pair, like, Orianna with Malphite here
Or
for the rest
Wukong.
of this game, that's super strong.
Keeping everyone in that clump up from the Malphite? Yeah. That'd be spicy.
But we're going to be seeing an Annie pickup here. We're going to be having Phil on the Annie, and that's going to be Lissandra, most likely given over to Pog in the mid lane. Oh, actually, it's going to be Ahri.
Yeah, I was kind of excited for Lissandra, but Ahri can make for some exciting gameplay as well. Counterpick to the top side. Who would have guessed? Who would have guessed Verdant?
Wow,
Counterpick to the top
what
side.
a surprise. So right now, Tete has just been fairly dominant in all of his matches, even when he like... Oh, wow.
Ooh.
Wow. We're going to be just... We like that Gnar that you had that last game. We're going to be taking that.
No, man.
Get out of here. Oh, my God.
That was bad on purpose, I swear.
Okay. I'm like, I think that was maybe the third worst attempt at a surfer.
It's butchered, just like these axes that are going to be thrown out. These primordial bursts, the pyromaniacs we're seeing burning down nature. Oof.
What is this spicy last pick? And it is going to be the crack rat of Kennen in the top lane. We're going to be having two Yordles going at it here in the top lane.
Who's my favorite cocaine boy here, Kennen or Gnar? You get to choose. They're both hyperactive, dashing in and out, and can be quite bursty, crashing into each other or into some terrain.
I don't get to see Kennen enough, so I'm kind of excited to see him. I haven't seen him in a hot minute, and I think he can make for some very fun team fights.
The last time I played Cannon as a marksman player was like 2 years ago when we were playing in those costumes together. So I am excited for this Cannon.
All right. So looking at these drafts immediately, we have obviously seen the landscape very much shift. In some of those earlier games, Mythic was going for a late game comp, but now Mythic has, I'd say, switched to more of an early to mid game comp. Do you
Yeah.
think that this is going to be do you think this is going to bode well for them? Do you think it's going to be a pickup, or do you think it's going to be going the comp is going to be going over to nature?
Well, I'm going to be perfectly honest here. The games have been decided at the 14-minute mark, right? Like
Yeah.
people who've had the gold lead at that point have won. That has been the case every time. It's only gotten worse for the other sides on each team, and from there, it's just gotten worse. Gold has changed. There's been opportunities for people to throw and bounce back. We've seen that, so it's not a guarantee. But how these early games are going to be going, super important. Draven's early game, pretty potent here. Kennen versus Nart, not a matchup I'm as familiar with, but with the energy versus rage and some of the healing as well, both of them having good range. Both volatile with their team set up with the AoE to go with it. So that mid-game power spike that we'll be seeing out of them, super important. And he's going to have a similar fashion as Wukong, also fairly early to mid-game with Divine Sunder, with a Black Cleaver or anything else they need to peel off if Rel gets too tanky or if Vi gets too tanky, if they end up going with like the Radiant Virtue route, right? Nature on the other side definitely goes harder later, but I don't think they quite have the early game prowess that they need. Annie should be able to stop some of Ari's plays as Q's point and click, and if you have your stun up, that works pretty well. Or if you just have Tibbers for that big chunk of damage, that'll help. But I don't think that'll be enough for them.
I think an important thing, a potential issue for Mythic is you have multiple engage tools with the Wukong or the Blitzcrank here, but I think that Kennen is going to have a little bit of a hard time trying to get in to the enemy team. I think obviously you need to play for your flanks and you need to do that quite effectively. But Wukong's going to be diving. Obviously, he gets that initial dash to get into the enemy team and then start the Cyclone. Or if you have the Blitzcrank pulling in one person, you aren't going to commit a Kennen ultimate then. So I'm going to be very interested to see how the Kennen is going to be using these ultimates in these team fights.
Might just be a counter dive.
Yeah.
The counter dive, trying to peel
Absolutely.
away.
It is a very good peel tool. I cannot disagree with that.
One-shot build. Damage was always an option.
How you... So,
Biscuit stream. How do you even get this game mode?
Very carefully. Very carefully.
You egg both teams on to play
we sold
murder
off
mode.
at least 3 of our firstborn children to get this game mode.
Yeah.
Not proud of it, but we did it, and we're then able to have the able to get this game mode. So
Yep. I sold my left kidney as well, so just to make sure. Bribe's never hurt anyone.
Yeah, I forgot about that. Yep.
Got my gold bladder though, so I'm fine.
That's just best.
All right.
Oh, wait, is he in here?
Is he
I do not. Oh, I gave you the wrong link. I am so sorry. Copy link for.
I do see 4 people here. It looks like they have left here. We're trying to get a nice interview set up for Nature's Wrath coach. They said they want to talk about this draft phase here, and we figured, I should say, this should be a perfect opportunity to kind of talk about this, as Nature has had a bit of a comeback here while we're waiting for the spectator delay. A great time for an interview. Just takes a little bit of a setup here with how Style Esports does their casting.
All right, coach. I sent you over the new link, and then
it gave you the sauce.
Hello. Oh. There he is.
There he is. How's it going?
Gamers?
All right, coach. So in some of these earlier games, you had obviously your ADC as an ADC, but now you really switched over to this Vigar rail lane. Is this
Yep.
kind of, if it ain't broke, don't fix it? Just where this is just comfortable now?
I mean, that is part of it. They haven't really shown a counter to it. I mean,
in the
game
green
4,
circle.
they just picked Sivir back into it, and we felt pretty confident with that.
I'm not hearing.
And Draven Blitzcrank can be a little bit scary. You know, if Blitzcrank lands a hook on our funny little mage man, he does
Yeah.
just explode. But I believe in our ADC. He has the side steps of a god. So
I was
I
gonna say,
think he'll
I
be
have
okay.
seen a fair bit, like, there's been a lot of good movement throughout this entire game, obviously on both sides. And for this game, is the Vi gonna go Aftershock, or is she gonna go for Conquer here?
Well, I told him Aftershock. We'll see if
Okay,
he
I'm like, I know earlier in the set we saw Aftershock, but like I've seen it go many ways of just Hailblade's Conquer Aftershock. But
Yeah, and you know, in Pro Play now, they're also doing PTA, Conk.
Yeah.
Vi is very flexible right now, in my opinion. I think, personally, that Aftershock is one of the stronger ones, especially for this team comp. I'm not going to explain it in case people are
Yes.
watching in the background, but
yes,
I feel personally that Aftershock is a little bit stronger.
I think it's a very good engaged tool. And so, did you see the Gnar of last game?
I did.
And just decided, you're like, you know what? I liked that. I'm taking that.
So Gnar is one of Anthony's most played champions,
Oh, okay.
and they were clearly saving counter pick for top lane. They did that game 4 when I first picked Swain, and I knew they were going to do it again. And Gnar is just a very safe blind pick in the top lane. I don't think there's too many matchups that really go well into it. I don't think Kennen necessarily does well into it either. So I just picked a safe top laner. He's super comfortable on it, so I expect him to play really good.
All right. Well, thank you for joining us, Coach. I was gonna say, on the condition of you guys winning, do you mind joining us again for a post game interview?
Of
But,
course.
I'm like, we're just gonna have to quick setup for production, get back onto the Rift here shortly. Thank you very much, Coach, for joining us. We will see how your team does here very shortly. We'll
I
be
hope
right back.
good.
Amen. Hello, everybody. We are back on the Rift. Mythic on the red side and Nature's Wrath on the blue side. We are going to be seeing the entirety of Mythic just running together. Going to go for a potential invade here. Obviously, with the rocket grab on VXH, we could be seeing some tomfoolery coming out.
Yeah, tomfoolery indeed here. Not getting that pick, but getting some vision as well. No counter vision on these buffs as well. So jungler is going to be a little bit hidden here. Of course, there's other ways to snuff things out. Maybe we see Tete is a little low on the energy, or we catch him out right here. Also a good signifier.
Uh-oh. Right now, we're going to be seeing Tete and Anthony just going to be trading a fair bit of damage back and forth onto each other. And I think Anthony is going to be coming out the victor in that sense because he has fleet footwork. He's going to be able to heal up a fair bit of this damage that gets poked into him. So Anthony is going to be on the winning end of this. Ooh. Okay. Now it's going
No.
over to Tay.
What makes you say that, Vern? What makes you say that?
Number health bigger versus smaller. I'm really good at analysis. That's gonna be a nice grab on Avanel. He's gonna be throwing in a lot of damage into Rel, and she's gonna be instantly dehorsing herself. But the Conqueror is gonna be, the Aftershock, not gonna be able to save her from some of the damage.
Dehorsing yourself, Russian gaming right here. I want to explain that joke. If you don't, if you know, you know. Getting some nice clear here. Opposite ends here. Greg starting the top side, and of course, Liquefied starting the bot side. Trying to get Anthony here. We saw how big Nar can be on his own, although taking a little bit of poke here for sure. It's going to be a little bit harder for Lucky Boys to be able to play this out here, as you can't necessarily pick people out. They're right by their tower here, and they are right by their tower, of course, which means they can jump onto you, and it's going to be a little bit harder for them to go. And you don't have level 3 yet, so you don't have your disengage to stop the mid hop that Rel has. So you're going to be a little bit more troubled here as well. And it's kind of telegraphed where you're going to be standing in the League of Draven into the bot side here. Although, if they do get a bounce back here, Greg could potentially gank here as well.
So right now, I think they need to just be able to cram this wave into tower and just really get it to bounce back hard. Or actually,
it's already bouncing back. It's bouncing back. What are you talking about?
I'm on drugs. It's like 12:30 right now, and I'm operating on all of the sleep.
It's 12 o'clock on a Saturday. The regular crowd is shuffled in, here in Style Esports. Where's your harmonica?
Man, for a song about the guy playing the piano, the guy with the harmonica won't shut up. But anyway, we're gonna be just playing out this bot lane. Ari was looking for the potential roam here. Gonna be throwing out her vision in the pixel brush. It's gonna be most likely spotting Greg. Gonna be giving that information over to her squad, but Greg is then gonna be seeing the ward immediately and getting rid of it out of the pixel brush.
Ward's really potent, really changes games up. I've always said it. And with the people shoving up here, like I said, sets up for a game.
Luckified. Look at it right now. I'll say Tete is over excited. Anthony jumping in. Tete is going to be going down, but that's going to be grabbed with the stun. He's going to be flashing over the fat wall, and he's going to be getting away from this play. That's a flash in from VXH, and that's going to be Xeno quite low, but they're unable to find the pickup there.
Yeah, Ladyboy stopped that engage, right, with their E. Very well done there. Very well done on the top side, getting their side lanes ahead, right?
That's
a dangerous dive.
Stun. Oh, Tay-Tay's going to be dodging that stun. Now we have Greg coming in from the sidelines. That's going to be first blood. That's going to be Meganar dying to Tay-Tay. And now Avanel is quite low. The exhaust came through from him. It's going to be barely surviving.
Blood for the blood gods. Blood for the blood gods.
And right now, will they be able to mop up a kill and get these adoration stacks turned into gold for this ever egotistical Draven?
Yeah, he really does want that. Inflate this man's ego. He's just got to grab him. Xeno's going to have a hard time getting this wave shoved back, right? Super low in mana. MTC, also the same scenario. Probably going to get a nice back here. Maybe we're going to see a nice Sheen or something like that, or with the longsword start, they could be going for an Quiver as well. As you know, that's a little bit more gold. They're going to be 50 gold short of that, though, so that's going to be difficult. So the Sheen, double longsword, makes sense. Going to get a lot of damage out of that. They're not going to have any flashes or ignites for their setup. Some Hextechs in the bot side as well. Potential push cheese, always on the menu. Hasn't always come through, but when it does, it's spicy. We'll have to see if some of these more dive setups are going to be happening here, as Tete played that quite well in the top side, Verdant, making sure that the enemy was taking the tower shots they needed and did the work. did the Lord's work right up there, killing the enemy.
Absolutely. That's God's will
Yeah.
unto man. Kill
That's all.
people on the Summoner's Rift. That's
Oh yeah,
exact. I recall that in like Mark 3.
yeah. It's what Ken Ham was preaching, on his sermon.
Yes, the very famous prophet Ken Ham. All right, we're gonna be getting Luckified coming in for this top lane, looking for a gank here, but we do have level 6 on the Kennen. That's gonna be a jump in that. We're gonna be getting Meganar coming out, gonna be slamming him into the wall right now. Tay is in trouble, gonna be jammed into that wall, and that's 300 gold.
Well, welcome to the slam. Welcome to the jam. Michael Jordan Gaming here. And, Anthony not quite getting the pick up here. But, nonetheless, this is a Hex Strike. Very good. Extra attack speed, extra cooldown here. Something that every champion likes here in League of Legends. Good stats to have. Super strong. It's not going to be a soul here because it's the first dragon. But, nonetheless, we were also getting some nice plays topside. But, oh my goodness,
with the flash. Pog is going to be having to flash double dash out and get away from this play. That's flash for flash, and Pog was, like barely able to get out of that play.
Getting out by the skin of their teeth there. Get caught out in that ward there. Was a cheeky Hex Flash, nonetheless. But they've been warding that quite religiously, making sure that they do not get yoinked out from the safety that is their tower. Draven has just hit 150 adoration stacks. They really want these kills in order to snowball out and ego over the enemy.
So right now, that's going to be just a lot of gold potentially going over to Ladyboys if he is able to find a potential kill. But you have the passive of the ultimate where it now increases the executable range of the ultimate based upon the adoration stacks. That's going to be a flash coming in from Luckified. He's going to be throwing him into a Pog and just pushing him back further and further, and Phil is in trouble. The red buff is not going to be enough to get to kill Phil here, and Greg going to be coming in from the sidelines, able to save his teammate. The charm now coming through. That's going to be killing him. Luckify doesn't die to minions. Oh my gosh, lives with a scant of HP.
Yeah, just trying to fill for Phil there, trying to make sure they stayed alive. Not quite being what MTC needs here. Gonna need a little bit of a magic trick to pull this one out of the hat, as they are down a kill here. They do have the dragon. They are pretty dead even in gold here, Verdant. Some CS advantages in the top side and bot side. Not a huge lead, but that can change. Leads can be grown through here, as when gold gets stacked on one champion, you're able to utilize that a little bit more as these items synergize together and make your champions overall stronger here. Anthony, though, getting picked out here, who's fairly comfortable on this champion, as we have learned.
I mean, and we've definitely seen a lot of the comfortability. I mean, did get poked, obviously, in the early game, but only died. Wow. Tay is
Did you just jinx it there, Verdant?
Yeah, my bad. My bad. That's a caster curse right there. Apologies there,
Caster's curse.
Anthony.
Yeah. You bet your sweet Bippy you better be sorry there.
Yeah.
Of course, dying there is okay for Tay because the wave shoved, they're gonna bounce back, and this could force out a TP out of Anthony, even though theirs is down. It's fine.
And also Kennen killed him.
First, killed him first.
Yeah, and I was gonna say Anthony got a posthumous kill, so he didn't even get the XP from it. Obviously, he gets the goal, but XP difference obviously could be very big here. And with the wave shoving back, that's a lot more optimal for them.
Yep. I feel obligated to point out this is summon Airy Cannon. It's not atypical, but it's not something people necessarily see a lot. You're just able to get a little extra guaranteed poke rather than an arcane comet with your composition because of that. So just something to keep in mind.
Right now. That's just going to be Greg in trouble trying to get away. That's going to be a flash coming out from Greg, but that's going to be the dashes coming in.
Cyclone, not enough.
No, not enough. Will not save you. Now, they're going to be transitioning this into a Rift Herald, but VHX is going to be getting the flash, going to get the pullback. Phil gets the kill onto Pog. Pog unable to get away from this play.
Hey, it's what they needed.
This Rift Herald is ours, says Mythic.
Yeah, they're getting these objectives. Objectives have led to advantages here. And like I said, the early game, super important, coming to a close right now, and it is neck and neck, right? Who has what gold? Very important right now, as this will inform how the mid game is going to be going. Oh,
Ooh.
Burden, what is going
Ooh.
on in the rift?
Luckified able to goes down there, just pulled at max range by VXH, and going to be instantly dying here, and that's just going to be another dead jungler again, and going to be giving a shutdown.
But this time it's Luckified getting liquefied by VXH here, who now has the Rift Herald pushing it here, trying to get Phil some extra gold, it looks like. It should crash here. They're not going to be able to.
This might be 2 turret
stop
plates
it.
here. This might be 2. Yeah, that's 2.
It's 2. It's 2. That's good.
250 adoration stacks also coming in from Draven.
Yeah, wow. That's a lot of stacks there. Catching the axes for sure. It's going to be a little bit more difficult. Draven really does want kills in the laning phase to really snowball their composition here. Of course, they've hit their first item, an Essence Reaver really does help trade stuff. The Shane procs does continue with his Q so long as it's on cooldown. So extra damage there with his already massive auto attacks. And don't forget, you can crit with this item as well. So gonna be quite devastating if you get unlucky, and he high rolls a 20%. So be careful when you're walking into him.
So that's going to be Annie already getting Roa this early into the game, pre 13-minute mark, and that's going to just start that scaling.
Stopwatch
coming in quick.
Stopwatch as well. A lot of burst there. Can flash in, burst on a target, stopwatch with a team, peels you away or kills you. Really good here. 4-4 Vern. 4-4. Even in dragons, even in towers here. Of course, we have a Rift Herald that was used on the side of Mythic as well, able to get them some plates here, as they've been able to get 2 plates there, 2 into the top side, but Nature's only gotten 1 here, so the gold is going to be advantageous here. Oh,
that was close.
Missing the hook.
The purple little man able to dodge again, as coach aforementioned.
That's the thing. Yordles are small. They are definitionally small here. So VXH has their work cut out for them, especially with the way these wards are coming out.
He is small, but he is evil, and don't you ever forget it. But right now, Ladyboy's able to get away from this. Yeah, that was a good cleanse. Ladyboy's being able to get away from a lot of this aggro, being able to keep the adoration stacks there. And Blitz was able to sacrifice his life, save his ADC. So did a very good job there, doing what supports needed to do.
Yeah, very good, very good. And it's so much more punishing when you die as Draven because you lose half your stacks. Right, so not getting the gold that you need out of that. He just needs 1 kill, though, right? Ladyboys.
Is it half or 75% of the stacks?
It actually might be 75. I believe it's changed a couple of times, so I could be off by that. It's a lot, folks. It's a lot. It's going to be over 100 no matter how you cut it.
Yeah,
the lead is widening here, pressing to 2,000 gold here on the side of Mythic. The early game has come to a close at 14 minutes, so they have the edge right now. Annie, like you said, Verdant, 2 kills right now, super important, and Tete has the 2 kills that they want as well with a nice 20 CS lead. Do you think that's going to let them get into some of these dives? We've seen it work out kind of for them in this top white brawls.
VXH is going to be going for Avanel. Avanel is going to get kind of caught out here, trying to get away best he can. Going to be getting back onto the steed, trying to run away fast as they can. Going to get knocked up by the Cyclone Man. And Tete is just going to get caught out on the top side. Luckified, instead of going for the Chempunk Chainsword, has a Black Cleaver this time.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot of armor being built out of these champions, but Black Cleaver has historically been strong when it first came out. It is the sole reason why you have unique passives, because people were building it just for that. Of course, a lot of changes have happened since its release, but just making sure all these armors are down means you're going to do more damage. And because of how armor scales, it's even more than it would be if you have like a lot of armor. So it'll be closer to true damage.
Oh, that's going to be the knock into the tower. And Anthony is just going to be taking out Greg.
But right now, Tay is going to be chasing down Anthony. That's going to be the return kill here. I'm fairly certain. He's getting some healing off of this fleet footwork. That was getting kind of close there. A little
was
bit of a nail biter,
close.
but Anthony's going to be falling down to Tay.
Falling down there with the wave push up to him. He's going to be able to collect
Pog's able to get away from that. That
Pog,
is criminal. Does he burn
yeah.
alive to last tick of Ignite? No. Gonna be
No,
surviving.
though I believe that was 2 dashes in a row, right? So that can only be the ultimate. That once that final charge is going through, the client should demonstrate that that's going. Ladyboy is not
Draven
able to quite get
unable.
that.
Yeah. Oh, that's a nice pull under the tower, but unable to do anything further. Now Phil is in trouble and is beginning to go down to Vi.
No mana. Play the Tyler 1 clip right there. We got Draven in the game, right? Yeah. So not able to follow up that. It was a good idea. Just didn't have the follow up for it. Imagine if they had the silence to follow up with it as well.
So Ladyboys is now a proxy Tyler 1.
Not proxy Tyler 1.
Okay,
I
okay.
like it. First tower falling. The side of Nature's Wrath. Able to get it here. Really good news for them, especially because Xeno can rotate to a potentially safer lane with mid lane. Pog can go to a side lane as they're able to dodge. We've seen them get out of some sticky situations here. They've died once, but still, they've been able to get a lot of value out of their kit. And
350 adoration stacks.
Ooh, 350. I know you like your stacks.
Yeah, absolutely. Stacks is the lifeblood of this game. You cannot change my mind. But
I
right
thought
now,
it was of Magic the Gathering.
yeah, fair enough. Right now, they're going to be starting. Mythic is going to be starting up this dragon, and they're going to be taking it down uncontested. And they just had the vision control at that time, and they were able to just burst it out very quickly,
very efficiently. And Earth Dragon, right, is very good. The extra resistances, but if you get the soul there, that's super potent for their team. Extra armor is really good on a lot of these champions that want to be going in. And Tete, Greg really like that, and of course, VXH also really enjoys that as well, especially with their locket. Able to get some more utility out of that shield, and the shielding out of it as well. Out of that soul is going to be super important, but we're not there yet. It's still young. Luckified trying to catch out Phil here, who has their stun burdened.
Oh no, Phil! Oh no! The child is being caught out. She's ultimated. Phil is getting quite low. She's going to be dropping the timbers. Is unable to get the stun. Now has the stun. Luckified's not going to be able to get the playback into that. The ability haste from the Black Cleaver, not able to rotate fast enough to kill Phil there.
Yeah, it's Kill Bill, so we can't kill Phil. Not killing a child right now. Good call. But they did get an important summoner out of here, so very good for them. Forcing out a TP as well, trying to defend this tower with the wave here. Timbers still around.
So, right now Pog might be in trouble. Tete is trying to get the pickup. I was unable to find that, unable to get that stun, and Pog's going to be able to survive that. But by going back to Kill Bill for a second, are you trying to say that Annie by proxy is the bride?
It is no, so I'm just saying there's a lot of fleet footwork in here, so it certainly could be directed by Quentin Tarantino.
Touche. I was gonna say, I think maybe just for logistic reasons, we do not make Annie the bride, just because she's trying to get revenge for her child, and I doubt that a 9-year-old Annie is gonna have a child.
No. Just going with the nameplay.
All right. Now that's sidebar. We're just gonna bury that one. But Draven's still unable to find a kill with all of these adoration stacks. The axes are whirling. We are trying to find this value, but unable to find it yet. But now we have Baron on the map. I think there's not enough of a separation by kind of gold worth to kind of facilitate a Baron just through the team fight. So this is just going to be a hard-fought team fight back and forth, but they're going to be dropping the Rift Herald into the mid lane. That's going to be a silence onto Xeno early on. And that's going to be a massive Kennen ult, going to be getting the flash in. That's going to be Anthony grabbed out immediately on that fight. Ladyboy is able to get the final kill.
The adoration.
That's going to be Tay getting the double kill in the mid lane here. Shelly will be slamming into that tower, but they don't care. They're going to be running that over to Baron.
Oh my goodness, where do the HP bars go? How much gold came out of that adoration stack? My goodness.
Are you able to hover over his passive? I say if
Yeah.
you click on Draven, hover over the passive.
Oh yeah.
There you go. He
Oh,
got 1,162 gold off of the adoration stacks. Good golly, Miss Molly, that is so much gold. But right now, Luckified trying to jump into that back line, able to get the smite onto the onto Baron, but it's not close. It's at 3,000 health, but that's going to be a TP coming in from Anthony. Anthony's all by himself. Will he be able to slowly whittle them down? But this Baron's now back at full health, and it's going to be making it unable to go for it. But you have Avenel coming in from the sideline. It's Anthony and Avenel together. They're going to be most likely just getting rid of a lot of this vision line, and they're going to be setting up for a mountain drag.
Yeah, no Baron. That being denied, super important. What's also more important was the effective 1,000 bounty shutdown that went into Ladyboys with that kill, right? Just out of the adoration stack, super potent. And we can't, knock down that Luckified died, who was super important for their team as well. Flashes being down here as well. Important summoners as well, other flashes. Cleanse is not up. Ultimates are coming back off a cooldown. 30 seconds here. No vision on either side. So pushing these waves out will help get that vision. So we could see an earlier fight here, or we could say, you know what? You take Dragon 2. I'll take Baron. Potential trade here as well. But I think they're just trying to clear some vision here. So that's a little bit more dark. So the other team can't trade for... Ooh, Clone Gaming, Verdant. Fighting for space. We're fighting for space here on Mythic.
Right now, we're going to be just force them off going for this drag. Yeah, it's just going to be uncontested. They might be just trying to rotate this over to a Baron, but I don't know if they're going to be able to take this fast enough with their team. They don't have any X% HP, well, with Anthony being in the Meganar form, so they're not going to be bursting this out very efficiently. So they're just going to be attempting to play for this Pixel Brush. They're going to be missing the charm onto Phil. Phil's going to be able to get away. Right now, we have Tay diving into the backline. Avenel is going to be going down to Ladyboys. Right now, Ladyboys is just going to be finding another double kill onto Luckified. Luckified is then going to be followed up with Xeno. Yeah, Ladyboys is going to be getting a triple kill. Now it's just Pog and Anthony by themselves. They are quite strong, being the two solo laners, but that's going to be Pog very, very low and probably having to back up by himself. And I don't foresee Anthony being able to contest 4 people by himself.
Yeah, a 4-0 Draven really going to change these team fights up. There's a minimum amount of gold you get out of your adoration stacks from the extra kills. So that's really going to help. They're already sitting at 10k gold. They just crossed that threshold. And Tay has also crossed that threshold. Meanwhile, all of the opposing side of this board is sitting at 8, not even crossing 9,000. They're a good 300 to 400 gold away from that side here, and they're gonna be fighting into a Baron, so these waves are gonna be pushed faster and harder and sieging things out. Of course, these outermost turrets are standing tall. They are low, don't mind you, but that is gonna help slow some of these pushes down as well, do a little bit of damage, but it's not gonna be enough to do this. So we'll have to see if this wave push out is going to be enough to delay it, make sure they get less value out of Baron than they normally would. But yeah, this is very exciting, very exciting.
I mean, right now, Draven went from only having 1 item and not much happening to I now have 4 kills and 3 items at pre-30 minutes. So Draven is going to be an absolute monster.
Yeah,
has just
Infinity
a lot
Edge?
of has Infinity Edge, Immortal Shield Bow, and has the Essence Reaver. So we got 60% crit, and we are going to just be crushing.
He can crit for 1,000 at this point, I believe, with 3 items.
Yeah, I would
cap.
Personally, I would think more. But right now, Anthony and Phil going to be going at it head-to-head. Tibbers is going to be taking on Gnar.
Tibbers! I mean, they also have 4 kills.
Tibbers, no, you sweet baby boy.
Has somebody seen my bad Tibbers?
Oh, Tibbers. You were too young.
Too young.
Gone too soon.
Gone too soon, indeed.
A moment of silence for the fallen Tibbers.
And
All right, now that the
goes to
moment's over.
silence.
Yeah.
Now that the moment's over.
Moment's over. Man, that was a dumb bear.
Yeah, he's the opposite of Smoke. He's causing forest fires.
Yeah. Dude, the Tibbers is the anti the anti-Smokey.
Anti-Smokey. The Noki.
All right. Well, now with this bear buff, they're going to be able to take this top side T2. What is this casting? Hey, we are. This is just your good old finals. This is how it always happens at 1 a.m. Let's be real.
Yeah. We're 5 hours into a best of 5. Been exciting here. We got to mix things up as well.
Yeah, you can't keep it straight laced the entire time.
Okay,
You got to switch it up.
Okay. I'll put it to you this way. Pick holder. There's an AK goal difference with Soul coming up in a minute and 20 seconds here, and you gotta juice out the entertainment here with a big lady boy sitting here at a lot of gold, and Phil sitting at a lot of gold here as well. And Tete has been able to get some nice dives up here, and a lot of visions being set up into this river here, which is making things quite difficult for nature.
So this is going to be Soul here, as we aforementioned in the earlier portions of this game. A Mountain Soul for the side of Mythic could kind of be the nail in the coffin of this game. And you have a lot of these engaged tools, and if they that's going to be Luckified grabbed out immediately. He's going to be silenced and just blown up, and Phil is just going to be getting in that pickup there. She has the Radiant Virtue, but hey, you can't heal if I blow you up.
Yeah, I can't heal you at 0. I am not Akshan.
Yeah, that's about the only thing that could save you right now, or obviously the Zillion that's also not in the game. But right now, Greg is just going to be trying to kind of just hold that vision line up there and just force them off of potentially going for a sneaky dragon grab. Obviously, with Lockified dead, it's highly unlikely, but Anthony is just going to be shoving in topside by himself, trying to go for some of the split. But hey, Mythic is a little bit more wise to this, and they're not going to be seeing a repeat of Game 3. You aren't going to be taking some of these towers on our watch here, Anthony.
Yeah, a good return there. Committing 4 people, they have the damage, and with the way the waves are, they're not going to be taking any other towers. So just being able to say, nope, with a nice stun coming out of Phil. All they need for sure. And they have a good gold lead. Like, if they just play things slow, eventually nature's going to extend too far, and they'll be punished for it, because they certainly have the damage to fulfill their
Right, yeah. Wow. BXH. I'm surprised that he's actually no.
The field goal is good.
Okay.
Going right between
the locket
Anvil
and the
and
passive
Hog.
of Blitzcrank, keeping him alive a lot longer than I thought he would survive. I thought he would just completely just evaporate, but he lived for a lot longer than I would have given him credit for. But at this point, they just need to play it slow on the side of Mythic. You don't need to overextend too much. Obviously, you have the soul, but VXH is a lot of your disruption of your team. I mean, not to say that he's the only disruption you have, but you have Baron coming up. You just want to take it nice and easy, and you can just kind of weasel Nature's Wrath's like chance of coming back into this game out if you're able to take this Baron.
Yeah, Baron coming up in 20 seconds. The mid wave and top wave for MTC, not quite where they want it to be. They don't quite have the vision. Some control words are still in good standing for them. And of course, the Scuttle Crab. So they will be none the wiser, or they should know exactly what's going on here. Fighting for the mid wave makes a lot of sense. Here, Verdant, big wave top, it'll push itself. Trying to fight for some zone control there, and if the enemy team's gonna be walking into dead vision here, nature could,
Yeah, Anthony's on that bot side. That's gonna be just VXH is just gonna be grabbing Xeno immediately on that fight. We aren't gonna be seeing the little purple man dodge this today, Coach. I'm sorry, and that's gonna be just a grab before we get this Baron. That's just gonna be a immediate TP, gonna be stopping Anthony from trying to shove the side lane, get any objective bounties, and yeah, Phil is just on that.
Yeah, Phil's been
constantly
on this. Been like, my job is to stop Anthony. Mythic has really transitioned
Pog
its
was close, but
gameplay.
just going to be following it up, and Pog's having to dash out there with the ultimate. We do have the Cyclones coming through. We have enough dashes. Greg is just still barely losing any HP, and that's
Oh,
Tay coming in from the sidelines. Pog is going to get picked up by Greg, and now Luckify going to be trying to get it best he can. We're going to get stunned. That's going to be a max range grab by VXH, and TT is going to be getting that pickup. Wow.
yeah. Wow. And with the Baron buff, is going to be able to push things out here. They don't need this dragon that's been coming up in 3 minutes here, fighting over. What were they fighting over, Vern? There was no dragon coming up anytime soon here. Getting those picks up, Paw getting caught out, Luckify getting caught out.
So, and for that one, they were trying to, well, hey, well, you're taking Baron, I'll go take a tower, but then it just kind of devolved into, instead of backing, they just rotated over. And then they pinched down and through. And
Yeah. Overextending. Like I said,
yeah.
Mythic was going to be able to punish those overextensions. Very, very well done. There is something I have to highlight about this. I know it's 10,000 or pushing 11,000 now of a goal difference. Game 1 and 2, Mythic played things very well. Games 3, really good adaptation coming out of nature. Game 4, solid response where they had a very good snapback, and it was looking like they could get a sweep back here, but Mythic has learned the game plan, and they said, okay, this is the game plan they're committing to. This is the counter here. And this is what happens when you get those first 2 games is you can drop 2 games. Nature's already dropped theirs. They can't lose this game, right? We're at an effective best of 1 right now. And with Mythic having such a decisive lead and a soul verdant this fight.
Greg's caught out here, but hey, he can take a lot of damage at this point. But that's going to be Luckify going to be using the ultimate coming through. Tay is going to be getting this massive stun coming through. Greg is going to be going down here. Luckify is going to be getting the pickup. Now that's going to be all the TPs coming through, and Zeno is quite low by himself. Ladyboy is just going to be getting this kill, and that's going to be a triple kill going over to League of Draven.
League of Draven, critting for around 700 damage, so not cracking the 1,000 that I was hyping up to be. Okay, maybe I was a little exaggerating, but nonetheless, mid inhibs down. They don't quite have an ace, but Anthony can't quite defend against this. A 4-item AD carry is quite potent with Baron buff, able to just free hit this turret because Phil and his support here has been
I got
with
66 more kills to go, says the Vi.
You know what?
Almost
I
potentially giving us
love
the
it.
100 kill game that we were promised in chat. What the heck?
Yeah, I was joking, but I guess I told Mythic the winning strategy: just kill them. That you can't lose the game if they're dead.
Yes.
It Noxus Gaming.
Who needs objectives when you can just murder everyone? That's an objective.
Yeah, I do like the philosophy that is if there's no objectives on the screen, you are an objective.
Yes.
So getting these kills here, of course, Lady Boys is an objective. We're at 1,000 gold here, but hasn't fallen.
Right now, that's going to be Phil coming in on the TP. Pog going to get quite low. That's going to be the triple dash away, but Lady Boss is going to be picking him up. Now Tay-Tay's coming in from the sideline with the electrocute. That's going to be Zeno going down immediately, unable to get away, and it's Anthony struggling through this, but Lady Boys is just going to be just cutting him down.
Oh, there's the 1,000 crit. There's the 1,000 crit.
Excuse me, Draven's not critting on tower. What do you mean?
He's doing it onto minions.
Yes. No, I see.
You goober, you goofy goober.
All right, right now we are, Luckified's going to be having to dash out. They're just going to probably just be playing this slow, but I'm fairly certain that this is game over. I don't think Evandale and Justifier are going to be able to do this.
So
that's going to be Magnetized coming through, and yeah, they focus tower and the game's over.
No, you're supposed to TP into the enemy fountain so we get to 100 kills. No!
Sad.
It looks like Mythic is going to be the winner into the best of 5 here, Vern. Congratulations to them getting the first place victory here. Almost lost it, but a W is a W.
Absolutely. Right now, Mythic Esports obviously a little worried there. Probably through in that set. Obviously, they had a strong two first games, but then they brought it, and Nature's Wrath brought them to a game 5. So
Yeah.
But they were able to clutch it in the end. So looking at this entire set, who do you think was at best player on both squads?
Tete, I think did very well. Pretty much hitting high consistent damage charts, peeling for their team, and doing their job. Obviously, games 3 and 4, they weren't able to peel things off quite as much, but there were other factors in there rather than just Tete. So I can't give them all of the blame for that. On the flip side, Anthony did quite well this year, but I think that Zeno, I think, is the ace here. That the lineup that they had for those games in games 3 and 4 was enough to get things to fall through. Of course, games 1 and 2, I don't think they performed to snuff, but there were several issues amongst Nature's Wrath here. Not saying they're bad or anything; they're definitely better players than me, but I don't think they got the advantages that they needed versus Mythic into games 1 and 2, and then game 5. It fell through, but they ended up figuring out strategy and they didn't adjust. So that was a bit of a draft difference rather than a player difference, in my opinion.
All right. Question, Ava. We're not seeing anyone from Mythic wanting to do an interview at all. Would you want to finish an interview with Coach Ragu?
I would be down to do a interview here. I'm up already. Might as well stay up for some good content for everyone with some excellent insight, being they obviously know their team better than we do.
Oh no. I think we know them. We know the social securities.
Yep. I am a divination wizard in Dungeons and Dragons, which obviously means I'm one in real life. So
yes, always. That I'm pretty sure that's the breakdown there.
Okay, it looks like a little uno momento for logo here.
All right.
And,
Hello,
we might want a little bit of a different setup. It looks like they had a hard time hearing us. Can you hear us very well?
Yeah.
All right. 2, 1, 2. All right. I think the points are all set now. There we go. It's all good. So, Coach, at the end of the day, my well wishes for you didn't really pan out. I'm sorry for potentially cursing your team there. That's on me.
It's okay, man. It's okay.
So obviously, you guys played hard. You almost brought that set back. It looked dire, obviously, at the beginning, but you really came back into it. So, with being this close, what are you going to do for the off season to get ready for season 15?
A little bit more practice. I mean, there's always stuff we can improve on. Obviously, I'm not always super happy about the result, but second still is a pretty strong finish in the second highest division in this league. I can't be too mad at that. Always would feel nicer to get first, don't get me wrong, but looking at the big picture of it overall, team played damn well. Even without me here, I joined in maybe just right before playoffs started, so I'm pretty new to this team, and I've been trying to help them out here and there, and I feel like I've done my part, but of course I can always still do stuff as well. I mean, I think like in that last game,
yeah,
I got a little bit ignorant in my draft.
You guys got a lot of success here.
So and right now, sorry about the Coach. Like right now, I don't know why it's Video Ninja. Right now, Abba's having to listen through the stream, which is a 5-second delay versus what you and I are at, which is in real time. So apologies for that. But in that last game, we were kind of talking about the vibe before we were getting into it. She went the Aftershock, obviously, but I know that it's been a very much a meta build to go with like the Chempunk Chainsword into like a Radiant Virtue, but this time she went for the Black Cleaver. Usually you go for the Chempunk Chainsword just for the earlier like item spike. Do you think it was a mistake, or do you think it was perfectly fine to go for the Black Cleaver considering the amount of healing?
Cleaver in general has been a much stronger item to start on Vive for a while now.
Yeah,
I will say. The healing from that you get from Draven, really, I don't think is warranted to get a Chempunk Chain sword wow, I can't speak English. Chempunk Chainsword, first item. There we go. So I'm fine with how they built.
Yeah. I was gonna say, I'm like, I've seen a lot of variants in that. I didn't know what was your personal thoughts of just like getting the early item spike versus just going for uh the obvious raw stats of Kempunk Chainsword, not Kempunk, of Black Cleaver being
Cleaver.
able to help you out with the carve.
Yeah, mathematically, Cleaver is better than Chempunk Chainsword after the Chempunk Chainsword nerfs a little while back. So, however, the math divvies out.
Gotcha. So, and with what was your kind of thoughts into the Annie Ari matchup? What were you thinking for Ari? Because you were hovering the Lysandra, but then you decided to go Ari. So what was going on with your thought process there?
So I thought Lysandra would be very good into their team. Maybe not necessary in lane, but they were playing a clear dive comp. But our mid laner didn't feel super comfortable on Lysandra, and I'd rather have our mid laner something he's more comfortable on than making him first try a champ in finals. You know, I'm always fine with. I think Ari's strong, but I'm always fine with maybe picking a little bit off meta if we're more comfortable on it. So that's why I went with Ari here instead of Lysandra.
Gotcha. Were you hoping for like just more of an aggro option, or were you just hoping for just to control the dive?
More to control the dive. It also gives us a very strong lane to play through with Ari and Vi. I mean, you saw it happen a couple of
Yes.
times. Vi just ulted in, Ari followed up with a charm, and Andy was not allowed to go anywhere. That was part of the game plan there as well. Shut down mid lane early, try to spread that lead throughout the rest of the map. Unfortunately, when we four-manned bot, Draven flash cleansed and got out, which was unfortunate, but I can't fault my team for trying. They made the right play. It just didn't go their way.
So I'm also curious as to your thoughts on, in the first two games, VXH chose the Renata Glask, and then we didn't see that reprised for the rest of the series. And for game 3 and game 4, it didn't work. Were you worried about game 5 them potentially going Renata Glask again, or was that pick just non-existent in your mind?
I didn't really care about it. The drafts that we were doing in general, Renata was not really strong into. And I know you guys covered it on cast. I was listening a little bit. Renata into our comps just weren't that strong. So even if they did pick it, I wasn't super worried about it. I think they had a really good pivot with Blitzcrank. I'll give them that. But I don't think Renata was ever on the table for them in this game 5.
Yeah. Sad Robot from Zon always finds value just either roaming or playing in lane. And I mean, Zeno definitely did dodge a good bit of those hooks, but wasn't able to dodge all of them as you were sadly hoping for.
Hey, dude, I will never expect someone to dodge 100% of the hooks, man. I will get hit by a Blitzcrank hook. I'll flash into one. I've done it before. You know?
Oh yeah, it has
can't get
happened
mad.
to the best of us, and
Yeah.
obviously we are the best of us.
True. I am the best. This
Yes.
is real.
So, what was it? I like the thank you, Abba, for the
5-second
6-second
laugh.
delay of the laugh. So, and what point were you going to talk about when we were talking about the Aftershock Vi, where you said you didn't want to elaborate before we got into the match?
It's basically our primary engage. I mean, if you look at our team comp, Vi goes in and
Yeah.
Mel follows up with her ult. They all get stuck in the cage, and Aftershock just provides a little bit more tankiness to our Vi.
Okay.
My thought process was that Vigar and Ari would hopefully do enough damage to where Vi wouldn't have to go a damage rune such as Conk or PTA. So that was my thinking about it.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Coach, for joining us here. Sorry
Of
about
course.
kind of this loss, and on this very now late night. I wish you guys the best of luck in the off season, and good luck prepping for season 15. And I hope to see everyone back here next season.
We will see what happens. Thank you guys for hosting this.
All right. Have a good night, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Verdant Chaos, and thank you again for joining me, Abbatrombone.
6-second delay. Goodbye.